let's see who's gonna join in. I was on my channel earlier. I mean, I was actually a Kazorian channel, but it seems like he fell asleep. So I was asked to continue on mine. So I want to see if anybody else is gonna join, so we can actually continue our discussion on a different topic. So let's see. Let's see who's going to join. Okay. Hello?
Yes, yeah, but is your this thing on? Like, are you live now? Your this thing
Yeah,
on
yeah,
your
yeah. I'm live. Yeah, Nigerian first, and that's good though. So tell me, so how long you've been in? I guess do you travel or you just mainly put in Nigeria?
Yeah, of course I do. I do travel, but I've been in Nigeria now for a while, so you know, yeah. But
Okay.
I do travel when I get bored sometimes. So I do travel. Yeah,
Where do you go? London.
I've been to Paris, Dubai,
Okay.
uh, Qatar, Singapore, Malaysia. Yes, these are the
What,
countries I've been to.
what do you
Yeah,
think about? I was just in Singapore. What do you think about Singapore?
extreme, man, man. You see,
That's that's
these
something
are
else. Those guys are
yeah.
advanced. The level of advancement, it just
It's,
doesn't make any sense.
see,
It's
one thing is the let's be honest. Asia is far gone. Many of this country, like let's say even China, Japan, this country when it comes to technology and a lot of other things, they are far gone. They are left a lot of country behind. Uh, Singapore, no. When you are there, you see West. That's even Malaysia.
but here's the thing about talk about Singapore. I mean, talk about Asia in general. When you start comparing the United States, Europe, and Asia, you realize that the West is behind compared to those places.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
It's infrastructure wise, they have like high speed train. The United
yep,
States have a high speed train. You go to New York City, it's the same New York City that I left 30 years ago. Nothing has changed.
yep.
But you go to Asia, I mean, things are developing at such a fast pace. I mean, the US, that's what even Trump was saying. That
Because let me tell you one thing. I think they have been debating a infrastructure bill for a while now. Yes, I don't think they have passed that bill yet. See, many of the infrastructures have decayed. Sometimes when I see video of people in New York, the metro, I just shake my this is United States. Come on.
I
If,
know such a
if
big
you,
country with a cheap metro system. All
thank you.
can you
Thank
believe
you.
that to go to Maryland to Washington D.C. I mean to from New York to Maryland, they still use Amtrak, the old train. You like I say, guys, this is the 21st century. You're still using the same old. And guess what? And when I talk to people about it, I say, no, the reason because the US is not investing into public transportation because their focus is on automobile industry. That is not true. China got the automobile industry as well, but they still got public transportation. Just let's face it. It just the US is outdated. I mean, I remember one time I did the transit coming. I was going to Dubai. I did Chile, New York, Dubai, bro. I was like, I look at JFK Airport and I look at I'm like, this place is still backward. You like, wow. You like, this is like, you think that because I haven't been in a while, and I was like, wow. You see rats everywhere, dirty. I mean, you can compare.
Because the thing is that the private sector in the United States have become too greedy, too greedy. They just want to take. Because let's be honest. With the amount of wealth America have, they should. I don't think they should be like nobody should be able to compete with them when it comes to infrastructure, but that's not the case.
Yeah,
It's
the
crazy.
problem, they have money to send to Ukraine. They will send money to Ukraine for the war, but they don't have money to invest into infrastructure. Doesn't make sense.
See, let me tell you the truth. Let's be honest. They don't send money. They just okay. Ukraine just tell them okay. Maybe we need weapon of about let's say $5 billion. That money is given to Raytheon or Lockheed Martin. Then they supply the weapon.
You're
Yeah.
right. It's by contract. You're right.
Thank you. Thank you. So they are very smart. That money they don't give them physical cash. That same thing they are doing with Israel also. So it's
The-
always
yeah, but tell me something about the what. You know, I didn't know that he had like Netanyahu had arrest warrant. I didn't know that.
yeah, yeah.
I
I
mean,
think
not yet, but they're about to. They said on the 24th.
yes, they will. It's going to happen because the evidence are there. See, let me tell you what has changed. See, we may we may not like social media, but what social media has been able to do is that it has drawn every country closer. I can easily know what's going on in the US to right now at this minute. Same thing in every other country. But let's say a decade ago or two decades ago, that's impossible. We won't be able to, except what they project to us that we will see. You understand me? So things have changed. Everybody now, you can easily find out what's going on in each places. If you don't use Twitter, you don't use Facebook, you can use Snapchat. Like when you go to Snapchat, there's a way you go to any country, you will see video of people posting all the shit going on in their country or TikTok. Thank you. So
That's
this so these things are there. Social media has been able to bring everyone together. So what have see that's why the Palestinian war we are able to see what's going on there because thank God the Palestinians they have phones, they have social media, so they were able to post what's going on there. So the Israel, no matter their billions of dollars, were not able to tell us and use propaganda to shift our view on what we see with oh no what we saw with our eyes. So that's the difference.
that's true. They cannot do that anymore.
They cannot do that anymore.
Before they could manipulate the information, now it's impossible.
Yes, that's impossible now. Thanks to Twitter, thanks to Facebook, thanks to TikTok and the rest. So they are able to take that power away from them. So right now we get real time information without someone deciding to
Yeah, before it was impossible. You're
you
right.
know the see I no longer for instance I no longer watch United States news station like CNN and the rest. You know why? They just do what their paymaster tell them. I was surprised to see that the reporting on Palestinian in CNN. I just shake my head. I was like, wow, thank God Trump, because it was during Trump time I realized that man, America is not the way I always see them. These people are highly corrupt, just as our leaders. They lie, that they lie a lot, like our leaders. So it was so Trump actually did. That's why I want Trump to win because he was good for Africa. And Trump is, let's be honest, Trump is bad for America, but he's good for other countries.
No, let's be honest. Look at look at Joe Biden.
Mm.
This this guy is just that's a
Sorry to
puppet.
say,
That's a
yes,
puppet.
yes,
That's a
yes.
puppet. The
He's
guy.
too,
I mean,
he's
he
too
just
old. Yeah,
he's
he's
too
too old.
old. No, it's not
Mm.
as old because it's not as old than Trump. It's just not. It's just Trump is they're like 3 years apart. So he just
No, 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 no. He's more older than Trump.
it's
He's
three
a,
year he's three
he's
year 3 year older than Trump.
yes, yes, yes. 2 years
So
older. I agree.
my point is they're not as. It's just that he's just unfit. He's more than
Yeah,
age.
metal. Yes, mentally some feet now. I don't blame him. That guy I've seen a lot. I think. the the child, the wife died of cancer. I
Not
think
that his son died of.
let's say his sons died of cancer, and a wife and a child died in accident and all that. So that guy I've seen a lot. So it's taking a toll on him now. So
You
he
can
need to,
tell.
yes, he need to just retire, you know, go on to relax and enjoy the few time he have. Is declining rapidly.
Very rapidly.
Yes, he's declining. Yeah. It's sad to see. The thing is that it just shows how how bad the leadership structure of the United States are. Forget from both the Republican and the Democrat. Because just imagine, is this the best two people they can bring up? Eh?
Yeah.
This
I,
why this why people need to move. I'll say this. Both parties need to move to the middle. You understand me? And another thing I observe, these people no longer pay attention to serious issue. It's always about social issue, uh, alphabet community, is it DEI or something? All this BS, all these rubbish things that doesn't make any sense. They worry and focus on those things without paying attention on economic policy and all that. So
yeah.
it's
That's
just
funny. A guy in the chat said, "Just amazing to me that Trump will not see prison." I mean, here's the thing. I mean, honestly, Joe. I mean, think about it. Trump hasn't done anything wrong. In any other country, it would have never been. It's a witch hunt. Let's be honest. It's a witch hunt because the guy is popular. It's a Democrat agenda to just keep him out of office. But they've been unsuccessful. They haven't been able to do anything. And for Trump to see prison, he's a first-time offender. First of all, he's an ex-president, so they all gonna have some leniency when it comes to sentencing, anyway. But the U.S. Constitution, what years ago, that doesn't stop him from being a president because it doesn't say that a record. I mean, you have to be, I believe, 18 years old to be a president. You have to live at least 14 years, and you have to be a natural born citizen. I mean, they're like three conditions. He meet all those conditions, so therefore they can't stop him. And I saw the debate with Biden and Trump. It was pitiful, pitiful. Biden. At one time, Biden, I mean, Trump said, "I don't know what this guy's saying, but and that's true. He was saying, he was mumbling, he was irrational, and he's just not fit. Let's face it. I mean, as much as some people don't like Trump, but Trump is a better fit than Biden. I'm sorry, Biden is just a mess. He's a walking mess, and it's very sad. Like Nigerian first said that it's such a big country, you can find only two relic to run for president. What about the youth? What is that? There's nothing wrong with that, when you think about it, you can find only two old people actually fighting for power. Then you like I say, hold on, there's a problem. I mean, no, Biden isn't fit. Can you imagine another 4 years with Biden? Nah, I'm
no.
sorry.
Let me tell you something. We may blame these two old men for all we want. Eh? Let's be honest. The American people are the problem. You understand me? You know why I say they are the problem? Uh, the younger politicians who doesn't do this extreme, either extreme right or extreme left, are not being considered. It is always the person that, see, let's be honest. I don't say Trump is not a brilliant guy. Yes, he became wealthy and rated wealth from his dad, but he's not a brilliant guy at all.
You know.
However, the
Hmm.
problem Trump has always had is that he himself is his own problem. You understand me? If he just actually listen to his advisor and do what they say, and not even engage in all sorts of BS, he will go a long way. He will be able to even defeat a lot of people. Will move from Biden to him straightly. But the problem is that he just, he doesn't listen to anyone. He just, you know,
Yeah, that's
that's
true. I mean, he, you can tell he's brilliant because what he does, he bully he bullies people to get his way around. That's what he does. Just like he's playing the strong guy. Like that's what he does. He just he's a character. He's an actor.
yeah,
Somebody.
the character. The thing, let me tell you why. The issue I have with him. Sometimes the people who work with you, as they are loyal to you, you need to also be loyal to them. You understand? You can't
That's true.
just throw everybody under the bus when things just go left. Because he normally do that all the time. He doesn't even blink an eye. We just throw you under the bus without thinking that, man, this was my guy. It doesn't do that. He would just say, no, I've never seen that guy. Come on, that guy you guys were together, I think a few hours. Come on, you don't do that. You don't throw people under the bus like that when things don't, go your way.
I
So
know. He's a
most of the
bully.
yes, most of the problem he had, he actually creates them by himself. Sometimes sometimes I will say, Trump, just keep quiet, don't say anything, don't tweet, just do your thing and just relax. But no, Trump will not. So,
He's a populist.
yeah, but populists, the thing is that they don't know how to govern. It's just the fact they don't.
That's the thing.
Yeah, they
And,
don't.
and he has no diplomacy. He doesn't do things that politically are correct. I mean, he just isn't cool. Just said, and Biden, he just, I mean, I'm not afraid with Biden. That would be just too much.
Yeah,
And let's face it, I mean, during Trump, I don't know if it's just coincidence, but the world was a quiet place, though. Everybody was quiet. Then now we have Ukraine and Russia. We have Israel and Palestine, and so it's lots of issue. During Trump's era. It was more. I don't know if it's just coincidence, but I'm not sure that. I think for what I see, we're better off with Trump than Biden. I don't know if it's an impression, but I think so. And Joe Riley is guilty. Is guilty if convicted. But where is guilty for sure is voting for trying to get GS second to fake votes in the recording. Trump and Biden both unfit. Yeah, that's
no,
true. They're both unfit. And yeah, voting fraud. There, yeah, you're right.
but
You're right.
let's be honest. I know, yes, he has the right to run. I don't have issue on that. But if we are being honest, and that's one thing about me, I don't care. I like honesty. If we are being honest, what did, if other America have done that, they will be in jail. We need, see, I get, yes, I still want him to win. But in all honesty, if he was not running for president or if it was another person that did that, they will be in jail.
Oh, long time ago. Long
Thank you.
time ago.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So we can actually, accept that fact. But I get, yes, that doesn't mean he cannot be president. Of course he can. But if we are honest, what he's done is that he will be in jail if it was another person. Black people don't even do half of that. They will lock them up and throw away the key. Yeah,
Oh yeah, if it was a regular person, jail long time ago.
yeah, but yeah. The thing is that he just have people that like him, like that love him a lot, like they are
Yeah,
ready to. But the thing is that I
yeah.
don't know. I'm not that kind of person. I don't make any.
Look,
For
what are
instance, I admire people. I admire people. When I see people who have succeed, I just admire them. But one thing I will not do is trying to be them. You understand me? And also, when it comes to politics, I don't take side. I just look. If your interest makes sense to me and it's interesting to me, I either support or I don't vote. You understand me? I might give you moral support, but I don't take side when it comes to politics and all these things. I don't.
yeah?
Because
Because imagine, look,
go ahead.
those are the conditions. What are the requirement to be a president of the United States? The constitution lists only three qualifications for the presidency. The president must be at least 35 years of age, be a natural born citizen, and must have lived in the United States for at least 14 years.
You see, they didn't even have that if you are a murderer. You mean it? So, based on this information, and that means a murderer can become a president in the US.
Yes, yes.
Ooh, that's crazy, man.
But guess what? If you have a conviction, if you're a felon, you can't vote, but can be president.
I think you see, let's be honest, the founding founders, I believe they didn't think that through. They didn't, it didn't come to their mind because if they would have included that, they didn't think it properly. But it's all so there's nothing that well.
Yeah, the founding fathers. That I guarantee you, after Trump, he's gonna have some change in the. He's gonna have some change in the constitution. They're gonna make some type of amendment.
It's not going to happen because guess what? They will have to need the 60 vote. You understand me? Because as the current Republican, do you think those ones are willing to work with the Democrat to achieve a 60 vote to change that in the Constitution? I don't think so.
Yeah,
But both sides, like both sides are too divided. The country is extremely divided. But I wish them all the best. Divided United States is good for other countries. So it's good.
you can't vote, you can't own a gun, but you can lead the most powerful military. I know that's crazy. That's crazy. Yep, yep.
Also, I kind of like that you have businesses across the world. This was what I was discussing with one of my friend that normally come to Facebook channel to speak. I said, black in America who are wealthy need to diversify their businesses. You don't just invest all your money and keep all your money in the US. Just imagine something's come up, then what they are able to just seize all your wealth and you become poor immediately. No, even Nigerian wealthy businessmen they have offshore accounts across the world because they are smart enough to know that the government is powerful. They have the power to take over your wealth. You
Exactly,
understand?
exactly.
So,
Because here's the thing. I mean, first of all, I mean, you have to be able to diversify and create a structure in which you are protected.
yeah,
Because when something goes wrong, once your assets are frozen, you are stuck. And the US has, they love to freeze your assets. But if you have some part of your wealth elsewhere, then you are protected, or at
yeah.
least the time for them to get to you, you have time to shift things around because it takes a while. But in the United States, they will just freeze your things immediately, and you
Thank
out of.
you.
Look what occurred with all those Russians that had their money in the United States. What occurred? They had
Yeah,
some. That's issue. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So exactly. So go figure. I mean, So then when once they freeze your asset, all of a sudden, then you're stuck. So, but
Yes, you're
if they
stuck and
didn't have any, and so what
your
they
back
did,
is the one.
lots of them were smart. One of the guy moved these yachts because they were even seizing yachts in Europe and so forth. What they did, they moved the yacht to Turkey. And in Turkey, Turkey is not part of the nonsense. So lots of them were protected because they have their money in Turkey. Some would have their money in Dubai. And in Dubai, if you have your money in dirham and not in US dollars, you protect it as well. So there's multiple ways of doing that because the good thing about the dirham, it's a very stable currency. If you look at the curve of the currency of the dirham versus the USD, it's been stable since its inception. So therefore, it's a good way to have your money not only in dollars, you able to diversify because when things hit the fan, you're out, and that's the problem. Lots of people do they think that the U.S. is the only place where they can do okay, which is not true. You have other
Mm-hmm.
places in the world where you can actually do extremely well, and then where they have a better financial structure for you to house your cash. To me, I don't believe the United States. It's only good for starter.
Yeah, I told one guy, I said, did
For
you
starting
see
to
that?
start, it's good, but to
I
finish,
told once, I told someone, I said, Jay-Z investment in Ace of Spades is what is show some stake in it and become more wealthier. You understand me? And that business is located in France. You understand? That's where the production this thing is. So I don't get black people need to invest. I kind of like the way you do your business, whereby you have businesses across the world. That's the best way to do it.
but I want to tell you another thing too. Like I'm telling you, the United States they love to control everybody.
Yeah.
So it makes things sometimes difficult to operate in other environment because if you're a U.S. citizen and you own 10% of shares in any company. Let's say in companies in Nigeria I own 10%. It's considered a U.S. control, a foreign controlled entity. Can you believe that?
Hmm.
And so that's why lots of, if you looked at lots of billionaire or multimillionaire are renouncing the U.S. citizenship and opt for other citizenship to avoid those things because it's crazy. And in the legal standpoint, I'm gonna give you a small example. Look at the issue uh, Puff Daddy is running into right now. This legal problem. I'm not talking about if he did it or not. That's not me to judge because I don't have any proof or anything. Just but if he had his assets elsewhere, if if he lived elsewhere, he would have those issues. Lots of the issue that lots of people are running into, lots of black rich American are running into, is because of the legal system. It's a system where they're there to hunt you down. You know what I mean? To look whatever
Mm-hmm.
small glitch, especially if you're black and powerful, they're gonna try to put you down. They did to Bill Cosby. They did to the other singer that Kelly that has been
Hello,
in.
Kelly.
Yes, so they do that. So you have to be careful. It's a system where they will hunt you down for something you did when I was in. You remember Strictly? Uh, Not that you're exactly a billionaire, but you remember this girl in 1997? I don't even know who she is. I don't even remember. Then they come with all that nonsense. You don't remember. Or they make stuff up and they will look at for a glitch that occurred in that specific instant where you were broke. Now that you reach, all of a sudden, now you get then all the ex-girlfriends come and say, yeah, he did the same thing, did the same thing. Then it became what? You have 5 or 6 people doing the same thing. It becomes a reality. But there's not enough proof to go as far back as like 20, 30 years. But they will make that stuff up. You know, that's the US system. So that's the reason why I particularly left. Because I felt like at one time that it was such a difficult environment to work with. Like I said, if you average, if you're normal, it's good to be. But once you start climbing the ladder, it's better to go elsewhere, because you never know what can happen, you know, and that's why bye bye. That's
But
what.
if you look here, if you look the American system, there is still loopholes. Just that people, it is mostly black people that doesn't take advantage of those loopholes.
Of
Or
course,
that
yeah. But
the white America they do, they take advantage of those things and make use of it.
guess what? Donald Trump, where I live in Dubai, I live at Trump International Golf Course.
You see?
Because so Trump has property in Turkey. Trump has, so think about it. He has diversified. Look at Amazon. But us people look at Jay Z, look at DD, look at all those guys. Everything's the United States. I mean, look at that Diddy. He barely travels. The guy barely travels. You know
Yep, they barely travel. They just stay behind and there are things that are being done across the
exactly.
world. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
That's
Buck,
what
how are you?
Hey man, what's going on, man? What's the topic? Is it African affairs?
Yeah, African
Yeah,
affairs. We talk about a
man.
little bit Africa, United States,
Yeah, yeah,
everything.
man. Let me interject, man, for because let me just share my thoughts on the whole Africa. Now, the thing about Africa is complicated, bro. It's complex and complicated. The reason why it's complex and complicated because you have like thousands of different tribes who speak thousands of different languages, and then European superpowers, Asian superpowers, Middle Eastern superpowers, they see this, they take advantage of it. So they pit one group against another group. And
Mm-hmm.
these groups are not, I feel like they're not smart enough to think, hey, yo, this is external factors, the external, people that's coming to the country and dividing us up. I mean, you see what happened in Rwanda, and you see what's happening in your own country right now in Congo, for the mineral cobalt, and it's like right now in Congo, there's the Chinese in there, there's the U.S. and the French, there's the Russians are there. It's like a lot of different, a lot of the overall Africa, a lot of different. Everybody's trying to get piece of the pie.
Big
Everybody's trying
time.
to get the piece of the pie, and they all out for their own interest. So it's like, one day you might kick out France, then another day Russia might come in, and we're thinking, hey, Russia is the savior, so Russia is the savior, but nah, Russia is also out for their own interest. So
Of
every
course they
people,
are.
so for every time we kick out one, we bring a new one that we think is gonna help us. They don't. They all they're looking for is their own interest. Then you got right now China, who's debt trapping these countries, like debt trap. So what they say they will do is like, hey, they will go up to I'm just gonna use this example, Tanzania. They're gonna be like, hey, Tanzania, we're gonna give you $20 billion of loan. The interest is 6.5. What is it? 10-year loan. And if you don't pay it by the 10-year loan in full price, we're gonna take a 10 mile or kilometers of a port of yours, and we'll keep that for 99 years, and we'll own it. So I don't know if you have been following Sri Lanka, but they did the same thing to Sri Lanka.
Yep.
Sri Lanka couldn't pay back their debt, so what they did is like China, they took a significant large portion of their port, and China, what China is doing, they know they can't come to these countries and take these land by force and all that. So they're doing it smart. What they're doing is debt trapping them. You see what I'm saying, strictly?
Yeah, that's
Because
true. That's what they do.
because strictly, no country could come to any other country and just take land out of the. It's not like back in the days. I used to be like in the 1600s where people were just land were for grabs, and now China is doing the debt trap thing. What they will do
Hold
is like
on,
they will
hold
go
on.
what they will do is like they will go up to these African politicians, and a lot of these African politicians, they're sellouts. So it's like they will lobby these African politicians. They will pay them like $1 million under the table, and they say, hey, pass this law, do this for us. And only the African politician or leader will benefit, and he's only going to benefit his own people, but he's not benefiting the whole country as a whole. So that's what's happening in Africa. Is like it's so complex. It's
Can
it's
we
it's
hold on?
it's
Can,
it's,
please,
it's
please,
not.
please, please.
People think like, oh, this shit is
Can,
like
can I
easily
say
fixed.
something?
Go ahead.
See, uh, sometimes we don't need to speak from a place of, sorry to say this, ignorance. China doesn't give low. They don't. They don't give you cash. They will never give you cash. What China does is that when, for instance, maybe you want to build, let's say, a rail line or maybe 500 kilometer of road, they do the bargain. You do the estimate. If you need a loan on that money, they will say, okay, we'll build it. That the yes, with the money you guys agree on, they will build. They will just send their engineer. They get it done. They don't drop one. They don't drop 1 cent of a dollar. They
Yes,
finance the project. That's what they do. They just finance the project. They don't
but
give you
but do,
even the leaders you see. They don't give them $1.
but do you know that they are in distress now to pay the debt? Like like for instance, Angola owed $25 billion to China, Ethiopia 7.4 billion, Kenya 7.4 billion, and they are issuing repaying that. So what China will do?
Okay, my brother. See,
Like
sometimes, yeah. Oh, no, no, no. Before you go, let me
sure.
quickly say this. We are quick to blame other people. If you make a deal with China and you are able to allow them, outsmart you, that's on you, not on China. We need to be honest about it. For instance, yes, the deal the Nigerian leaders make with China is kind of like is a win-win for both of us. We are not complaining. For instance, there was an agreement to renovate, I think, four national airports we own. Yeah, they were able to uh, renovate, no, able to build another four new terminal, and that was their agreement. I think that loan is already been paid. It's been paid already. You understand me? They built that infrastructure. Then we also did the railway for example. The agreement was that okay, fine. They will build the railway. They will train some of our people to operate and maintain this thing, and they will also open a transport university in Nigeria, and it's done. Guess what? A set of about 81 students of those that they were sponsored by the Chinese government on scholarship free. They graduate today. I think you are not in our group. I would have show you the pictures. They graduate today. So what I'm trying to say is that it's depending on the kind of agreement the leaders of your country made with these people. It depends. If you allow yourself to be shoshen, that's on you. But however, the ones our country did, I would say it's not that bad because they are also doing a kind of skills transfer. You understand me? At least most of the way they build is being run by Nigerians, not the Chinese in our country helping us to, because a lot of our people were sent there. They learn how to do all these things and they came back, and some of them are still there learning. So it's just like that. It depends on how you know.
Let me ask you this though. So do you think China is good for Africa or you think it's bad for Africa?
Based on the relationship we have had with United States since the 60s till now, I would say for because since I grew up, I've never seen any project that the United States help us to build in Nigeria, for example. So I would take China. I promise,
Okay,
I will.
Well,
okay.
here's the thing, Buck. It's quite interesting, what because we're talking for someone which is on the ground in Africa, and then what he's saying is that which is true that the American, I mean, the West have been in Africa for a long time, but they haven't built a thing. Okay, let's look at an example of the Congo. When if you look at Belgium, there's no infrastructure in Belgium. It just old and dusty. That's all you have with monastery with like old building and I mean, but when you go to China, if you look at the progress China has when it comes to infrastructure, they are they have tier one infrastructure. So when they come to Africa, they build the train. Even the train that was going to be built in the United States, the high-speed train, the project was going to be built by the Chinese. It's a fact that the reality of things is that China has the technology, the resources, the manpower, and the infrastructure to do such a high-scale project. While the West don't have that. The West can build this type of infrastructure. They just can't. You know, they don't have the resources, but China does have the resources. And the reality of things, if you looked at it, China is really the number one power when it comes to finance. They have endless money to spend in infrastructure. Well, is it good for Africa? Yes and no. Yes, why? Yes, because they are contributing to the development in the expenses of the natural resources. But it's like an even exchange. I mean, you're gonna give me some whatever natural resources in exchange of what we build or so forth. They end up owning, but at least the country's growing. The West has been in Africa for a long time, but we haven't seen a thing. China arrives, they build the train system in Ethiopia, they're building road infrastructure. Well, the West hasn't been able to do so. I haven't seen a US company building anything in Africa. That is true. I haven't seen
Uh,
one to date.
yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. I get the point you're saying. The thing is, sometimes when we look at these Western articles that say, "Hey, China is the new colonialism," we really got to take it with a grain of salt because they're talking from a Western point of view.
That is true.
They're saying what I'm sensing is like when I read articles like that, I'm sensing jealousy.
Yep. That's what's
I'm
going
saying
on.
No,
I'm
jealousy
saying
and
uh,
lots
yeah,
of
yes,
lots
um,
of power. They don't have
yes,
a hands on Africa anymore, and they're
yes.
losing. And that's the problem. Like the coltan from the Congo is bought by the Chinese, and the U.S. has to buy from the Chinese. You know, so that's
The,
that's the
the the
issue.
the thing is, like, Europeans, they don't want Africans to succeed. That they don't. They want us.
That's what it's all about,
They
right
want
there.
us. Look, that's the thing. They want us on the low, bro. They want us like down, and it's like they don't want us up because when we go up, it's like now there's a competitive edge to it. China, where China is seen is like China. If you look at China's history, if all they got 5,000 years of history, they don't have a history of invading other countries. They don't have a history of taking other people, enslaving them, and doing that.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they
Europeans,
do. They do. They do. They
no,
do.
no, no,
Genghis
not to
Khan.
not
Genghis
not
Khan.
Genghis, bro. Genghis Khan is not. We're talking about. I'm talking about the China.
Mongolian.
That he was more Mongolian. I mean, if you go, you might just consider it also Alexander the Great. So that's like that's going way. I'm just talking about
No, I'm not trying
China.
to correct you. I'm trying to say it's a different kind of exploitation.
He's a Mongolian. He's more
No,
of a
we need to
Mongol.
be honest. They
He's
have
not
never
a.
done. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm
See,
just saying it's
people.
like for example, like
I support you
I'm reading
respecting.
from I'm going by history. Okay, I'm just let me use this. In the 1600s, China came to East Africa, right? They came to this town called Mombasa, Kenya. They did a trade with the local people. Some of them actually settled in Mombasa, mixed in with the local populations, and all that. It was like it wasn't no like taking people. Hey, we're gonna sell you over here and all that. This was more of a European thing. European always like if you even go back to the Roman time, the Roman Empire, they had slaves back then. They have African slaves back then. The Greek Empire, same thing. It was Africa. They were selling African slaves here and there. Then you had the Persian Empire. So what I'm trying to say is, it was always in Europe's history to keep us down. They always want us to keep us down. They didn't want us to move up. Where China, their point of view is like, we want to do business with you. We want to. It's like one for one business. We benefit, you benefit, and that's it.
But during that
Europeans,
same time,
and here's the thing. Guess what the U.S. foreign policy would they start doing right now? Once they start seeing the amount of China effect had on African economies, now Joe Biden wants to like start making deals with African countries.
oh yeah, they have to
So it's
change their
like
exploitation.
now
That's all it
they're
is.
changing up. Now they're changing up. Now they're saying, "Oh, we got to work with Africa. We got to do this. We got to, we got to benefit equally." Like, and I like what Niger did. They kicked out France. You know, they kicked out France. France was like getting the uranium from them like for like decades. The local population wasn't even benefiting. So I feel like China, they're more like business. It's like one for one. You do what you meet. Like you go somewhere, you trading with somebody. You do this for something. Where Europeans it was more of a one sided thing. It was only benefiting them throughout history.
But the Chinese weren't saints. I mean, they actually exploited all of Africa, most of what we would consider the Central and South American on into the North America, across the northern parts of the West. China exploited everything it touched, but China had something a lot of people didn't have. They had trade, and they traded with all of Africa. They traded with the old Ottoman Empire, Persia. They traded with everybody. So yeah, they had a. Even if you look back in the days of slavery in the United States, the early days of slavery, Chinese came over as indentured servants because they were already in the slave trade. They came over as indentured servant along with the Europeans, so they only had 7 years to spend in servitude. Where Africans that were being taken from Western Africa were brought in and exploited by the Europeans. But it was also the African slave traders that traded them to the Europeans. So there's a long history of everybody exploiting Africa. It's just a different kind of exploitation now. The exploitation now is quid pro quo. You give me this, I give you that. I remember when I was in the Congo with Strick a couple times. Uh, Everywhere you look, there was a major project going on. I mean, from mining to gold
Hey,
to
hold on,
some
hold
kind
on.
of development.
Do you remember when we went to the majestic thing there? The majestic
The
hotel,
boat,
the boat.
the the boat.
Remember,
Yeah, I remember.
remember, it was two building there. Remember?
Yes, we were gonna get one of them. Remember?
Guess what? It was
But
bought and they built. Now they have what is called the Kinshasa World Trade Center.
remember that I remember that we were on that deal. That's amazing that they finally got that happened.
Guess
But
who built it? The Turkish.
exactly, I'm sure, absolutely they did.
Yeah, go ahead.
Exploit. They exploit for quid pro quo. It's just that right now the pockets are few that's getting the quo. That's it. But because people are now learning that there are ways to move precious metals, there's way to move diamonds and uranium and ore and a different computer cobalt and all of that. There are different methodologies for getting it out of the country and getting it into the marketplace. And Africans are learning that and creating those trade routes with different partners, from Dangote in Nigeria all the way up to the powers that be in Kinshasa, as well as in Brazzaville. They're seeing a way to create their own routes and create their own opportunities, and that's going to exploit those marketplaces around the world, and it's going to bring that cash back to Africa. Something that's needed to be done for a long time.
But hold
And
on. You know what? Something Buck said. I was thinking about it. He said that the West saying that it's the new of colonization by the colonizing by China. But I haven't seen the Chinese taking over like I don't know, like confiscating things or debt.
for the trade route, in their part of the world, they are, but
So
in the rest of the part of the world, they're not.
in
You're right.
Africa, they are renegotiating the debt, and so I mean,
Yeah.
they're like there for the long run. But what my point is it benefiting Africa? Of course, yes, because now they have
Hmm.
infrastructure. It's not only a system of straight exploitation like the West did. They just
Hmm.
came and plundered Africa, took everything, and then and then left.
Yeah.
But in this thing, okay, we have the natural resources. You have that. Let's do an even exchange, and you build this. And you pay. So I think it's more balanced, if I would
I
say.
think so too. It's not fair yet, but it is more balanced, much more balanced than the trade with West. I mean, that's the worst thing that's ever happened to Africa is that it was exploited and colonized. That's the worst thing that ever happened, because just like black people all over the world, especially the United States, if you disjoint the community, if you prevent them from being educated, if you displace the families, if you oust them from institutions collectively as a unit or invading force or the colonizer, if you do that, you're going to effectively keep communities down across the board and keep us looking for crumbs. That's what they did in Africa. But the difference is with Africa than any other place in the world, just my outside looking in, is that Africa has the resources. It owns the land. It has its own history. It has its own governments. It has its own systems of commerce, which are now awakening to accommodate the new trade systems that are being developed by Africa and as beneficiary to those systems of trade and commerce. That's what's happening. And that's a good thing. If Africa were to do it right, just as a 54 nation unit, do it right, they would dwarf United States and China combined. Matter of fact, the Congo and Nigeria, those two countries alone could dwarf China and the United States on based on Bonnie Light crude down in all crude oil in the entire world is based on Nigerian Bonnie Light crude. It's the sweetest crude, the most easily refinable crude on the planet. So everybody based their crude oil based on on Nigeria. So between Victoria Island in Nigeria and Kinshasa, especially Kinshasa, they could not only feed the entire world, but they could finance the entire world. And I don't mean that figuratively, I mean literally. They can finance the entire world and feed the entire world 10 times, 100 times over. Just those two places in Africa. So if Africa were to somehow not just unite, because I think Africans on a plane, uh, and I mean PLANE, on a plane where they are looking at one another now. It's always been some sort of tribalism or feudalism or some system of government that kept them from uniting. Once I think they start adopting new policy and and require have new requisites for participating in the trade. What's that system we belonged to for a while, bro? I kept forgot that. Well, we had a company made, and it was already
Ohana,
belonged to
Ohana.
Ohata, right? That's Ohata, right? The 24 nation group is a great start. It's like 24, 25 nations have already gotten together and have agreed in Africa to promote and develop, and then bring in partners to include the ex-colonizers. But at least they'll do it in a way where they're no longer at the bottom end of the totem, because you can't exclude major marketplaces if you want to do something. You can have all the food in the world, you can have all the diamonds and gold and oil in the world, but you have no one to sell them to that's a thriving market, you're losing. So you can probably sell it to the rest of the world at pittance or at a barely marketable price, or you can sell it to the colonizers who will purchase it at great rates to back to the benefit of Africa, and also build wealth and commerce and trade as a result. And marketplaces, that's what's happening, a different kind of exploitation. And sometimes it's good to self exploit. Any nation without the threat of external aggression will fail. If you are a nation that don't have an enemy, you don't mean anything to the world, because nobody's going to try and protect you, because you have no reason to be protected. So the interest in you, unless you have something so valuable that they have to protect you, they're going to exploit you. So
I
any
agree. I think black people have not been able to, let's say, like us in West Africa, we have not been able to define who is our enemy, and that's why sometimes when I see our people, little thing will be happening in our country. You see, Nigerians, for example, will start tagging the US. The I was like, yeah, what do you, okay? Do you think as you tag these people, they will just come and raid the country? I don't understand. I said, you don't know that.
What was the
you
question again? To do a contract with who? I didn't hear you.
no, I said I agree with what you are saying.
I
That
know, but I
uh,
didn't understand the last word you said. That's all, brother. It's-
okay, no. Since you did, no problem. No need. Let me just switch the conversation. I agree with what you said. I think
mhm,
we should control our own
absolutely.
narrative and businesses instead of allowing other people to come in and just take over. Also,
You
it's
were
not.
saying we took advantage of each other, and that's a good point. I
Of
just wanted to make clear you were saying that.
yes,
That
yes. We
why do we
do.
take advantage of each other? Hey, I can tell you
It's
that
because
in a
mostly
nutshell.
it's because of greed.
No, not at all. I wish it were that easy. Greed is just a part of every bad deal. Anytime there's a deal that goes bad, normally goes bad because of greed. And there are some greedy ass people out there. That's not it. The reason
Yeah.
why I think it happens, we're shown that it's greed. We blame the people that are greedy, but that's not it. The reason why we don't do business well with one another and we take advantage of each other is because, relatively speaking to the rest of the marketplaces on the planet, we are new. We have
Mm.
never collectively, as a black culture, prior to the Byzantine or one of the dynasties, we have never ever collectively done anything together. And anything we did together, from the pyramids on down, and from northern Africa on up and through Europe, as well as Central Africa through Europe, we have never collectively done anything together as a global population of black people. We don't have the practice because every time we try to get together, the mainstream world stops us some kind of way, thwarts
Yes.
us. That's the problem. We just don't have a
Yes.
lot of experience developing
Okay,
systems
okay.
I
of
The
mean,
reason
commerce
for that is that
I mean, look what happened in Libya. I'm gonna use Libya for example.
can I say
Absolutely.
why?
Gaddafi was trying to bring all of Africa together, and he was trying to use one currency for Africa, right? And
Hmm.
guess what?
Okay, let me
Guess
tell
what?
you why.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. So Gaddafi was trying to unite all Africa, right? No, Gaddafi from Libya.
Yep.
He was to not unite all Africa into one because he wanted all Africa, using one currency, so they can the whole Africa could benefit. Guess what the Western superpowers did?
Killed him.
They got rid of him. So I'm talking about Italy invaded, France invaded, Germany, UK, US, and some other Western allies invaded Libya, just bombed the fuck out of Libya, and it's like now the country is like it became a fucking shithole. They literally have sub-Saharan Africans as slaves. They got like Ethiopian slaves. They got like I was seeing videos of they were enslaving some Ethiopians out there, and I was in some other African groups, and I was like, that was like so sad seeing that. Now the country it turned out to be the opposite. When Gaddafi was in power, Libya was prospering. Libya is like
Free
you
education.
ask any Libyans, they will say they have free education, they have
Yeah.
free access to college, free access to healthcare. At one point, it was like number one in Africa when it comes to GDP. It was number one. And what
But
he was trying to do was he was trying to unite all Africa into one. But guess what? You know why? First of all, he was benefit. He was benefiting his whole country because they had large, significant piles of oil reserve. His country was benefiting from that. It was benefiting. So the Western superpowers they realized two things: we can break this unitement of Africa, and two, we can take their oil from them, and that's what happened. That's what they did.
but Buck, to
Well,
complete with what you said, and do you know what the US did? They seized $34 billion that the Libyan had in US banks, and they still haven't yet to return it.
Yes. Yep.
30,
This,
$34 billion. So you're like, okay, what are you doing with that money? They said they were gonna give it back when there's a stable government. So they
but
destroyed. It was actually 37 billion. They said some
yeah.
$37 billion
but
frozen Libyan
can I
asset.
say, can
Yeah.
I
Go
say
ahead.
this?
Go ahead.
The reason why African unity never work is that instead of us to unite on based on interest, we want to unite based on I need to love this person on love and other BS. Let the white people, the Muslims themselves, they don't see their unity mostly is based on interest because their interests are aligned. You understand me? That's
Of
what
course.
that's what their relationship is based on. That's what
Yeah.
we need to do also, black people. Let,
Yeah.
for instance, let the black America in America be who they are, but uh, we can work together based on interest. The
Yeah.
interest will be whatever I want to do is going to benefit black in America, is going to benefit black in Africa. That should be the goal.
See,
It
the
should
thing
be.
is, by keeping Africa down, Europeans are able to enjoy a very higher quality of life. They
That
don't want you
imbalance
to.
is perfect.
That imbalance is perfect for them because they want to live luxury while keep Africa down, starving. With no,
No,
I mean, with no money. So that's where if you balance everything, guess what happens? Those Europeans they start the quality of life kind of decreases. They're not getting certain things, and so it's. I feel like it's meant to be for that reason. It's like they don't want Africa, which is what I said. It's like they don't want Africa to be up and coming continent, and it's like let
No,
me let
that
me just say let me just prefix by saying this. Let me tell you about Europeans. They all view Africa as one. They not whether you're from Algeria, South Africa, Ethiopia, West Africa, they look at us as one. It's like even they look down at those Moroccans that think that they're more closely aligned with Europeans, but they don't. They look at us, all as one, and it's like even look if you look at Algeria, Algeria got colonized by the brutal French for 150 years. It was a brutal empire that just they were out there raping people. They took their resources and all that. And it's like they don't want Africa to be united. They want us to be divided. And it's like so they can reap the benefits.
Can I say
That's
something?
not just them, though. It's not just them. Can I say something before you say that?
What I want
to that one point.
Okay, go ahead.
They're called agents of chaos. Now, the agents of chaos in any conflict will always turn its own people against itself. There are many Africans within Africa, many Americans within. Many of these shows I go on sometime or listen to, or I have my own podcast, or I've talked to groups all over the world, and there's always dissenters amongst every African, Black, or even brown race on the planet. And they have been taught to hate themselves, like Clarence Thomas of the Supreme Court. He voted mostly against Black people, and he's the blackest guy on the court. You understand? We've been taught to hate ourselves, to hate doing business with ourselves, to despise ourselves.
Can
That's the same type.
My brother,
let him finish his point, bro.
Yeah, but that's the same kind of agent of chaos that occurs in Africa. There are certain Africans, and African of the nation as well as of the continent, can come together and immediately not do business with one another because they like white people more than they like themselves.
Yes. Let me point out this. Let me point out this quick story. Hold on.
Very true. I've done business with them, bro.
Let me just point out this quick story. When I was in Kenya, right? I was in Mombasa. It was a few years ago, right? And I was waiting, and I was I went to the waiter, and they saw these European tourists. It was like I think it was 4 of them. And I came like 15 minutes earlier than them, waiting for the table, right? Yep. Guess who they took care of first?
Naturally. You know how many times I've had to tell people to kiss my ass and get my table doing that?
Yeah, it was like I literally had to leave the establishment because how unfair it was. Because I came there 15 minutes earlier, and you just taking care of these people just because they're Europeans? So it's like it goes back to how you said Africans just hate themselves before others, man.
And white people really don't hate Black people. Let's be clear about that. I think we fuck up as humans when we do this. White people don't go home at night and say, "Oh, let me screw over some niggas tomorrow." They don't do that. It's the nigga that go up to them going, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How can I help you, sir? What can I do for you? How can I fuck myself over for you? How can I not be involved in it? It's that or the other for you." And then as power goes and as it flows, that Black man becomes overpowered. He trades off his power and his dignity for pittance. This is what happens most often.
Please. See,
sure, go ahead.
We are not going
I'm not trying to overtalk. I just want to get
we are not going to blame the Black guy in Supreme Court. Let's be honest.
Yes, we are. We're going to blame him. Uncle Thomas.
That was just an example. Let me learn. The reason for that is that Black people themselves have been able to make use of that guy's position. It's just the fact.
That is untrue. That is very untrue.
No, it is the fact. Because have you heard of
who?
Because there are a lot of billionaires in America that sometimes sponsor him on a trip and all that. How many wealthy...
That is untrue. That is totally untrue.
How many Black America wealthy people have been able to have a conversation with the guy?
Why would you want to have a conversation with a guy that's totally disassociated with your interests?
Let me learn.
Clarence Thomas, listen, brother, you have no idea about Clarence Thomas. You're just speaking now because he's Black. Clarence Thomas is the biggest Uncle Tom in the West. This guy hates Black people. My whole family is rooted in civil rights. Are you kidding me? Since
He's
since
not
before the
uncle Tom, but
1950s,
you guys have
from
not made
Dr.
use
Martin
of
Luther
your
King,
position.
Malcolm
That's the
X,
thing.
all the way up. Brother, you don't know what you're talking about. You're
You have not
speaking
made
that's
use of his
because
position.
he's black. No, it's okay that you've been psychologized to believe what you're saying. That's okay because most people in the world believe that. It's just like
Because
when
no,
I
no,
was
no, no.
going
Let
to
me tell you
when I
something.
was going to
I
no,
always
bro. You
thought he
think
was a
Clarence
bad guy,
Thomas
but I
is
take time to
useless?
listen to him.
I don't care about that black guy. That's one microcosm. The reality is, collectively, black people hate Clarence Thomas with such vehement passion. Don't have to take my word. Look it up. Google it. They hate him. You
Why?
like him because he is against black interests.
No,
Period. It's
no,
not
no, no,
because
no, no,
not
no, no.
because he has a white wife, not because he side with white people. It's because he detests black people, and he
No, he
has shown it through
doesn't.
his rulings. Have you ever read any of his opinions?
He
Ever?
doesn't.
Says who? I'm defending what I'm saying to you by challenging you to show me where it is that he has done anything since inception at the Supreme Court of his involvement. What has he done for
Hold on.
black people?
Most of his
Nothing.
he's hold
His
on.
position
Hold
means
on.
nothing if he
He's
doesn't
a
use them.
Hold on.
conservative.
You talking about
He's a
The guy, other
conservative.
guy
Of
on the
course,
panel.
he's
The other
gonna.
guy on the panel. Let me ask you this quick question. How long
Yeah.
have you been in the States?
I'm
Are you
not
from
there.
the States?
No, I'm
Are
not.
you in?
No.
Okay, you say okay. Then you
okay.
can't speak up because like
You can't,
for
bro.
us that live in
Because
the states, hold on. For us that live in the states for significant longer periods of time, we know how Clarence Thomas is. He's an
Exactly. He's
Uncle
useless.
Tom.
so
He's
He's
a
the
useless,
reason
useless.
why
bro.
you guys
See,
don't
see,
really
see, see
hold
you,
on.
see
No,
you.
it's not.
See, hold on.
Can you
For
guys
you,
allow me to
you look
speak?
up his credentials, and you see that he went to Yale Law, and here he has all these credentials. But we're not talking about that. That doesn't matter because he's going after black interests. He's a sellout. He's a
Okay, he
sellout, just
sell
like
out.
those African politicians that
He
be
No,
selling
goes
out their own
against
country and
black interests
resources.
every
but going
opportunity.
against black interests is that if you
Matter of
take
fact,
a
he goes
side,
against the
see,
same way
sir,
he
you
became a
guys
Supreme
taking a
Court
side,
justice.
see, when
The
you
same
guys
exact
take a
brother,
side,
brother,
that's
brother. You're talking to
see,
somebody who knows about Clarence Thomas.
well,
Me, I can tell you
it's not.
all about it. When he was, matter of fact,
Sir,
Biden is the
can you
reason why
guys
he
allow
was at
me
the
also
Supreme Court.
speak so that you
No,
get where
because
I'm coming from?
but speaking nonsense because this guy is ridiculously bad. He's not just
Hold on,
bad.
sir.
He
Hold
is
on. Hold on.
atrociously bad, brother. Say,
Hold on.
son, no, son isn't it. The reality is that I was born and raised in the United States. My uncle was Dr. Martin Luther King's right-hand man, Dr. Joseph Lowry. My aunt, Evelyn Gibson Lowry. Brother, look me up. Look up my family. We are rooted in the civil rights. Are you kidding me? I know everything there is to know about why he's no good to the United States or to black people in general, not even to himself. And he is a greedy, maniacal, sinister human being. And if he died
Have you
on a
guys
hill
even
right
take
now, I
time to
would.
listen to that guy, or you guys just follow what the TV said?
No, I don't. You don't have to follow. This guy decides the law. I read, brother. I don't follow anything. People follow me. Listen to me carefully.
He's
Read
a
his
hold on.
dissenting remarks.
He's a conservative. Of course,
Yo,
he's
yo,
Read
going
them.
to read
No,
all
he's
that.
not a victim of anything.
Nigerian for somebody in the chat said, let other people finish first before you interrupt. That's what
Yes,
people are
please.
saying in the chat.
Listen,
Please do that.
listen to me carefully. Clarence Thomas has no use for himself, black people. He has sold his soul a long time ago. As a matter of fact, he got on the Supreme Court because of Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the person that advocated for him on the committee. I sat and watched those hearings. So I don't know if you're calling me son, but I'm quite older than you. I probably am. But I'm going to say that's okay because you don't know the history. You don't know that when he was actually sexually molesting Anita Hill, Dr. Anita Hill, back in the day when he was confirmed on the Supreme Court. You don't know his history in the United States as he won affirmation after another from the affirmative action in the United States and the diversity and exclusion, the abortion rights, and every other rights that black people and white, but mostly black people herald as their own rights. He actually wrote against them and voted against them with the majority every single time. And
Okay, can I?
if you don't like what you're hearing, read it, look it up,
But can I
and
say
do
something?
that. Sure, you can say anything you like, but
Okay, let,
say things that are
okay, let me
indicative of the
see where I'm
truth.
coming from. I was part of the people, based on what I hear from a lot of black people, that the guy was bad. And there was a day I was going through YouTube, so I came across he was giving a lecture in the university. I actually listened to him, and guess what? I was surprised. I kind of agree with most of the things he said there. I kind of agree with him, like let's say 90% of the things he said. So I don't
Like
understand
name
why
one
he
percent.
still
Name one
labeled
percent of what he said you agree with. Let
uh,
us know what you agree with, please.
but most
I want
of
to
them,
know.
hold on, most of them revolve family values. So I'm not going to come here and
Okay, family
say
values,
that
that's a fine. Right now,
because
people in all over Washington,
because
D.C. say family values, and then they will
be-
go out and put kids in
because
cages
if
at the
I say
border.
some certain
But go
things
ahead.
now, I will be blocked here. So I don't need to say some of the things you say that I said I agree with. You understand
Why
me?
not? Why
So
not?
so what I'm trying to say is that black people, I don't think we should be taking side when it comes to politics. That's why I vote on interest only. I don't care if it is
That's ridiculous.
Republican.
Politics rule the
No,
world, brother.
yes, that's
If you
why I
don't know
said
your politics, that's why
politics
most people
results
vote for the wrong
when it
people. That's
comes
why
to
most people
politics.
believe in the wrong people because they
When it
don't
comes to
understand
politics,
politics.
it is always about interest. If your
It's
interests align with my interests, I vote. I don't care who you are, whether you are Republican or you are Democrat. I don't fall for that BS because they
I
are the
heard a
same.
phrase one. Well, it's
Let me
BS
tell
to
you.
you because
Let
you
me
don't
tell
have
you
to
the
live it.
two
You don't have to
facts.
live it. Of course, it's
Let,
BS to
let me
you.
tell you the
You
two
don't have to
facts.
live it. You don't have
One
to
is
live it.
hold on. One is brash. One is just telling you what you want to hear, but they are the same.
You don't have to live it, bro. So you can make these ridiculous
That's it.
statements about
Two of them are
democracy.
the
You have no
same.
idea. Most people can't even tell you how a bill is passed. Or the people can't
Two
tell
of
you
them are the
what's the
same.
preamble to the Constitution of the United States. People can't tell you the three system or the three
Of course, you told
branches
me
of
to
government.
because
You know
you want
why
me
they
to
can't know.
agree.
You want
You
to
want
hear
me to
why. Do
agree
you
with
want to
you.
continue to defend Clarence Thomas, Uncle Tom, or do you want to hear why? Because I asked you 10 times, why do you support him? Oh, family values. That means shit. You can
I'm
make
telling
family
you what.
values whatever you want it
Okay,
to
come on,
be,
because
but it means
if I
nothing.
say some of the
It
things here
means
now,
nothing if you
it's
don't
like
put it into context, my friend.
I will trigger
So
you, and
let
you
me.
start yelling,
No,
and
it's okay.
there's no
It's
need.
okay. But you have to understand that what you're
Because
saying
you
and these
already
people are
labeled him
listening
as
to,
Uncle Tom. I
let's
now
say they
said I
buy
disagree
into it.
with you. I don't see him like Uncle Tom because
He is an
yes,
Uncle Tom. He's
maybe you
he's
might
he's
disagree
grand
with him
Uncle
with
Tom,
policy. That's okay. It doesn't mean
brother.
it's
It's
Uncle
not
Tom.
that.
Like
And you
it's
got to
not
understand.
okay.
You got to understand that your interest will never, ever trump politics. The politics of the world, the reason why, and I'm going to explain to you why from a historical
But
point of view.
but
And I'm going to make
politics
it
is
no,
about
no, no, no,
but
no, 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 no,
politics
no.
is
Just
about
listen,
interest.
listen, listen.
But
You'll
no,
understand
correct me if I'm wrong.
the
It's
last
policy.
30 to
Policy.
40
Hold on,
years,
sir. It is
over the
policy.
past 30 to 40 years in the West, if you want to hear the truth.
Answer this, then I will keep
Here's the
quiet.
truth.
Is
Just listen.
policy? Hold on. Is politics
He
about
doesn't have
interest
policy,
or
bro. He
not?
goes
Or no?
whoever pay him the most. That's all he goes for. He doesn't have policy.
Is
Everyone knows
politics
that
about
Clarence Thomas can
interest
be
or
bought.
no?
Anyway,
Politics is about interest.
no,
If
it isn't about
disabled,
interest.
then
It's about his
fine.
self-interest. Interest collectively means for society. It's about his self-interest. He can be bought, and he's been bought, and everybody knows it. Right now, it's just that we have a Supreme Court that goes unchecked. The only people who can check the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court, and Roberts' court will not do it. Chief Justice Roberts will not do it. So that's the problem. But if you want to know why people believe the things that you believe and align with them, not because they're wrong, has nothing to do with right or wrong. This is where people confuse themselves with politics. Politics has never been about good and bad and right and wrong. Politics have always been about what is useful and what is useless, period. And it will
But
always be that. It will be
politics
impassionate.
is about interest. It
Brother,
doesn't
it isn't
require
about that.
emotion.
They tell you that so you can align with them.
No,
The
it
truth
is.
is,
It's
the
about
truth
interest.
is, it's about what is useful and what is useless, period. So you have to listen carefully. Over the past 40 years, if you look at every administration in the United States, every presidential administration that's
But do you know that
Republican, brother, if you want to listen, I'll teach. If you want to just keep
but you know
interrupting,
that if black
I'll
people
stop
focus on
talking.
interest only, they will benefit more in the
No,
American
bro, that is
economy than any other
untrue. We
country.
can't just focus on interest. You know why? because interests we've been focused on since inception in the United States
No,
and
you
never
have
got
never, you
anywhere.
have never even
Of
focused on
course
your
we have.
interests at
Of
all. No,
course we
you
have.
have never. Because let me
According
tell
to
you something.
you,
Black
you don't
people have
know
been
that. This is
fighting
why some
battles.
Africans. This
See,
is why
you have
some
been
Africans
fighting
don't like
battles
Americans
that
because
have
they
no
believe what you believe, and that's
You have
untrue.
been fighting battles
It's
that
what
have
you've
no
been taught
business
to
with you.
believe about
That's just
Americans,
the fact.
Black Americans,
You have
that
been
you think is
fighting
true, and that's not
battles that
true.
have no
Brother,
business
you
with
don't
you.
know what you're talking
So
about,
you
and I
need to
like to
focus
educate
on
you.
your
Would you like to
interests.
be
I'm
educated on
telling
the
you.
truth? Because what you're
Oh,
telling me makes no sense. Because in context, what you're saying makes no sense. To you, it makes sense because you're using what they call linear thought. Let's use a little critical thought and look at why it's this way. If you understood why Black
okay, let
people
me ask
are not
you.
trusted in life,
Okay, let
don't
me
ask me
ask
anything.
you.
I'm about to
You
tell you
have been
something.
voting
Don't
one
ask
way.
me anything.
You have been
Yeah, I'm
voting one
about
way
to tell
since
you,
the 60s
brother,
till now. So what have you benefited from the
brother,
so-called
brother,
Democrats? If you want to go
brother,
there,
brother. You don't
what
even know the
have you
history of the
benefited
Democrats, do you?
from them?
Do you know the history of the
What have you
Democrats?
benefited
Do
from
you
the
know the
Democrats?
history of the Democrats or the Republic? Do you have any idea? You don't. Let me tell you. You
What
want to
have
be
you
educated?
benefited? Yes.
I'll show you how that entire system was set up so we not only can we not ever even accomplish our interests by any stretch of the imagination, but also, and more importantly, how we continue as we move
Yeah.
ourselves forward towards our interests, that we're not allowed to even participate in
Quickly
the
travel. I think
world. Just
I will have to
listen,
leave.
brother.
I will have to
Who is
leave
this guy?
now because
Well, listen. Of course you
I
got to
don't
go
want to
because you
stick
don't know what you're
around with
talking
people
about.
who just want to hear what they want to hear. If we are not as
Really,
black people, people are still
brother.
supporting party. I don't
What
do
interest
party
do you
stuff.
think Black people have?
I
Let me ask
don't
you a
do
question. What
party
do you
stuff.
think? What
It
are
doesn't
our interests?
concern
Tell me.
me.
And
Hold
from
on, hold on, hold on,
your,
If
hold on, hold
you
on,
are,
yeah,
hold on,
yeah, I
one
want to
second.
hear
I
this
want to
brother because
leave.
he's
One
making no
second.
sense.
No, let's have a debate. Let's him
Yeah,
talk, and then you will
yeah.
let's see what
Listen.
Nigerian first has to say, and then you will refute it, so we can,
Okay, I'll listen to you from Nigeria. You
Yes,
say
and
let's
I
listen.
leave.
yeah. Go
Yes,
ahead.
Okay, well,
and
I've been in Nigeria many times. I know Nigeria very well. So please
okay.
tell me, why are your interests so misaligned with mine? Because I know Nigerians who understand what I just said to you from
Okay,
way
good.
back in the day.
Let me tell you why. I believe black people focus on things that doesn't concern us too much. I'm only
Really?
focused on how black people are going to make a lot of wealth. Economy, economy, economy. Any other thing can go to hell. I don't doesn't concern me. You understand me?
That's
Economic
untrue.
power is what we need to acquire to regain whatever status we are going to regain or our dignity. That's what we need. As for that thing, I don't care. Social issue. Well, you guys can deal with that. That's not my headache. You understand me?
No one
My
is
focus
against that. I agree with that. Absolutely.
my focus on economy. So that's the area I'm looking at. That's
That's
why I'm
fine.
saying
But
that's the
Clarence
reason why I'm
Thomas, you
saying
brought
that
up as a good
the,
guy, and that sparked this
uh,
argument. So keep going.
that's why I'm saying that Terence Clon, whatever his name is, he can be used. You guys, if black people were able to make use of his position, they would have benefit more. Just like you guys, everybody just say he's Okutom, Okutom. No one is willing to approach him. See, in this life,
That is very
you have to,
untrue.
sometimes you have to
Very
work with
untrue.
people. See, you have to work with people you dislike and hate for you to get what you are
I
looking
do it all
for.
the time. That's not the point. The point isn't that. You claim Terrence Thomas to be somebody that he's not. He said that
But
he
I
have some
listen to him, but
usefulness
my
to
my
Black people, and it's impossible when he doesn't
my
want to be
my
around
idea
Black
about
people.
him actually changed because I said, okay, let me just listen to him because I've been hearing he was a bad guy, he's evil and all that. But I said,
I
okay,
never
let me
said he
just
was evil. I said he's useless to Black people. Useless. And it's in writing. You can look up his opinions. He could care less about himself, Black people.
okay, let me ask you one thing.
He's what I call a golly G nigger. He's a
But do
golly
you
G nigger, straight out.
but do you
Period.
know do you notice that black wealthy black people they donate to both parties? You ask
To
yourself
who?
why? Wealthy
Why?
business black men in America they donate to both parties. Have you asked yourself why?
And you want to? I don't have to ask myself. I know why, because I donate to both parties. That's not the point. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Why? Anybody
That is
who's
my
smart
focus.
donate to both parties. That's not it. You have to be able to donate for something that makes sense. Clarence Thomas makes no sense. That's the point I'm trying to tell you
I
about
think
Clarence Thomas.
what
You know how
but
you know why the United
I'm
States is
not
in
going to
such bad
argue.
shape right now.
argue.
No, okay, I'll listen to you. Listen to me. You know
Okay,
why the
go ahead.
United States? You want to learn something about our country? I'll show you about this country. The United States is one of the countries in the world that, through its policies and its politics, create different vacuums. And they do it oftentimes on purpose. The biggest vacuum that has been created over the past 30 to 40 years is in the education system. If you notice, every single time there's a Republican administration in power in the United States, the first thing they do is they take over the education department and they slash subjects from the curriculum, like humanities, civics, how government works, political science, how government operates, uh, a lot of different kinds of finances in the lower level of education. So that used to be where we knew things about finance and phonics and history and humanities and home economics. We had all of that in our earlier years in our curriculum, but it's been systematically taken out over the past 4 decades by Republicans. Why? So right now, you can have doctors, attorneys, you can have scientists, you can have very well-educated and intelligent people today who are ignorant about politics. They don't know how government works. They don't understand what's the difference between an appointee and a civil servant. They don't have a clue about how a bill is passed or how something becomes law. They don't understand how the Supreme Court operates or that you can even expand the Supreme Court. They don't understand that the executive, the judicial, and the legislative branches are the 3 branches of government. They don't even know what the preamble or how many amendments there are to the Constitution. They don't know. So what do they depend on? They depend on the talking heads because they've taken that out of the curriculum. That's why you have all these smart ass people, all these doctors and lawyers sitting around screaming about Second Amendment rights, and they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. So anything a talking head says, they just go along with it. That's all it is. It's the mob mentality and that groupthink that has taken over our political system. That is the problem we have today. And the Clarence Thomases of the world, those useless pieces of shit like him, and who touts out in the world that I'm for conservative values and I'm for this. He could care less about conservatism. Care less. His wife wrote a letter to the existing president back during Trump administration saying that they should pull a coup in the United States, and nothing has happened. And this is all a matter of public record. This is testified to Congress. This is part of the Library of Congress. This is not untrue. Do your homework, bro. You are a smart guy, it seems. But our nation is falling apart because we're telling bullshit to our people, and we're doing it in an educated manner. We're filling that
No, your
vacuum in
nation is
those
falling apart
voids.
because you guys refuse to focus on the important issues.
That is not it. We've been
Because
focused on important issues forever.
either you are being riled up by is it DEI or something and all this BS.
Not
Then
Nigeria first. Where are you at? First of all, where do you reside right now?
Nigeria.
Oh, you in Nigeria?
Yes.
You don't have a clue.
I mean, bro,
Trust me.
but man, come on, man. You haven't
You don't have
been.
a clue.
Look, you don't have a clue, man. What's going on in the states, man? You
But I
don't know
know
about.
what's going on in the States.
You
I
don't
do know
know.
what's going
You don't.
on there.
You don't know the social dynamics. You haven't lived here for at least 10 years. I would say you got to live here for at least 10 years or more to even see what's going on. Because you looking from the outside in, it's like me commenting on what's going on in Nigeria when I don't know 100% sure what's going on over there. Because I haven't lived there. I haven't been there many times.
I have a lot of
So,
black
so,
Americans, my friend, and we speak every day. Some of them know things about my country here, and I notice about the United States also. You
but you
understand?
haven't. That's the thing. You haven't seen like what's going on. Like this, it's a. See, the thing is, like when you hear about a place versus when you actually experience a place, are two total different things.
But what I'm
Well,
trying to say is that I think my own issue is that Black America should, Black people in general should focus on the economic aspect. Every other thing, I think we
You want to
shouldn't
know why that's impossible? Would you like to know why that's impossible? Here's
involve
another
ourselves.
here's another lesson that you need to learn. If you next time you talk to your black friends, ask them what do they know about Jim Crow. Ask them what they know about Jim Crow laws that legalized it to exclude black people from all forms of commerce in the United States outside of black communities. Ask them about those laws. Ask them
But
about the history. No, you want to know why you have these ridiculous
guess
opinions? I'm
what?
trying to educate you
You
on
guys did
how you can have a smarter opinion.
you guys did well in that period than now.
That is bullshit. That's what
Yes,
people say because that's the
yes, you did
propaganda you're
well
hearing. That is unreal. What we
because
did
you know
was we
what you did back
homogenized
then.
our community. No, we
You look
homogenized our
inward.
community. No, we
You
did
look
not.
inward and
We
build
did
shit
not
by
do
yourself.
well. We did not do well. That is a myth. What we did was we survived on our own and we built in spite of mainstream America. That's what happened.
That
What
means
actually
you did
happened, we
well.
built our own. No, stop. Listen, I grew up in this, bro, not you.
That's
I
what
grew
I'm
up.
saying. You
I
did
had to
well.
sit on the
You
back of the bus. Are you
you
kidding
build
me? I
economy.
sat
You
on the
build a
back
lot
of
of
the bus.
things. That
You
shit.
don't
That
have
makes
any,
you
you don't
well.
even, bro, you have no idea. Now you're talking to a terrorist. It's like me going to you talking about when they were building Abuja back in the day. When I was talking to Babangida and I was talking to Dr. Shatima and all of those ministers of your country. Olegosino Obasanjo was a friend of mine in Kano State. I know some Nigerians, serious Nigerians. I know all about your country, brother, but I will never disparage your country. Don't you think you can sit on any public forum as a foreigner and tell me about the U.S. black population? My family is not only rooted in politics, but also civil rights. We know what happened. We were there. You were not. So if you want the correct perspective, listen. And maybe the next time you talk to your black friend or your Nigerian friends and you're having this conversation, you'll add to the perspective instead of take away from it. But what actually happened during the slavery in the United States and after the Emancipation Proclamation, what actually happened is Lincoln, after he gave all the territory from South Carolina, North Carolina, down to Florida on the coast to black people, they got 40 acres. There was never a mule. But have you ever heard the term 40 acres and a mule? It came from Lincoln's act of assigning and apportioning land to black families. So they got this land. Each one of them got 40 acres. There was never a mule, but it was just understood that in order to till 40 acres, you needed a mule. So it became 40 acres and a mule. What actually occurred, Lincoln was then assassinated. The incoming president immediately ousted all black people, Americans, the newly freed slave, off of their land. They had no money, no family, because all the families were disjointed. Whenever they went to sell slaves, what did they do? They sent the mother to Alabama, the father to Mississippi, and the kids down to Florida. That's what they did. Then what happened? They had to come up with a way because they were already emancipated. They had to come up with a way to make a living for black people, so they created sharecropping. Once sharecropping was created, it was another scam. What they did was they said, okay, you got these, we'll let you, the white owners, we'll let you till our land and make food off of our land that we just took from you. And then, but you're gonna have to rent our tools and our mules and our oxen and our wagons from us. And they did that. So when a black person, let's just say $50,000 in a whole season, they got $50,000 worth of goods off their land. What did they do? White man said, well, it costs you $100 for this, $10,000 for that, $5,000 for this, $2,400 for that, $3,000 for that. So now $49,950 it's going to cost you for that period of time to rent all of our stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you $50. And that happened for about 100 years. Listen to me, brother. That's why. And then what happened on top of that? They started to codify laws. Why do you think the prisons are full of black people right now? That's not new. That's a matter of tradition since the beginning of Jim Crow. They had no way to keep black people in chains in the United States because they were free. So they created prison systems, just capture blacks and put them on a chain gang. Where do you think the chain gang came from? From that. Then once they kept them in jail, most black men in the South had been in jail. Most black men were put into jail routinely to till the farms, to continue picking cotton, to continue doing the slave labor. That's what happened. And then after that, then all of a sudden, blacks started moving north and west. And don't think that the whites in the north were so nice to black people. They weren't. And I'm not even a racist by any stretch of imagination, but this is pure, written, and solidified and settled history. History that I'm explaining to you. What happened? They all of a sudden said, okay, we're going to go to the north and escape to the north. When they did that, what did the white people in the north do? They weren't like open arms Democrats. As a matter of fact, you don't even understand the Democratic and Republican Party. Back during Lincoln time that freed the slaves, that was the Republicans. Lincoln was a Republican. He wasn't a Democrat. He was a Republican. What happened is the different platforms changed over the last few hundred years. Republicans became Democrats, Democrats became Republicans. They just switched roles. Republicans nowadays more about money and about self-interest and self-dealing and power, and Democrats about helping the people and accommodating. Now, both ends of the spectrum is where they are. They should both be somewhere in the middle, but they're not. So what continued to happen down around the 1920s, especially around World War I, as well as the Spanish flu and a lot of other things that were happening, and the crash of the marketplace in 1929. All of this was going on during this period of time. Black people didn't participate in any of it. It was against the law. While the Italians, the Jews, the Chinese, the Irish were all in the barrel. It was their turn to be fucked over by mainstream America and be the poor people. Black people were beneath that. Because back then we were considered as 3/5 of a person. 3/5 of a person. So what does that mean? That it took almost 2 black people to equal 1 white person in society for voting and everything else. That was the law. Not like, Clarence Thomas is sitting talking about conservative values. It's the law that black people were not considered. Worse than the apartheid in South Africa, if you ask me. Because at least that was their land. But then all of a sudden, black people started to thrive. They knew that they could not depend on mainstream America for anything at all. So they started to build communities. And they didn't use white money. They didn't use the gold for white people. They didn't use anything else. They used the exact same thing they used since the beginning of time in America. Black people, they use us to build communities and themselves. Did you know during slavery was bigger than all the oil companies, all the railroad companies, all of the communications companies? The AT&T was the American Telegraph Corporation, ITT back then, and it changed later to AT&T. All of these companies put together combined, slavery was more profitable and a bigger industry than all of them combined. So when they lost that, getting us back to why black people are the way they are today, when we lost all of that, during the slave trade, what happened? All of a sudden, there was some money to be exchanged. We needed more money in our communities. We needed to grow. People started to see us, say, well, okay, sure, let's open our own banks. So we started getting our own banks, our own insurance companies, our own butcher shop. And maybe that's what you're talking about. You think we say we're doing well as black people back during Jim Crow. That is the biggest lie. And we had to live. We couldn't get loans from white banks. We couldn't get a haircut in a white shop. We couldn't eat at a white restaurant. So we had to build our own, just like we did all throughout from slavery all the way forward. And what did white America do? When we became too prosperous, they went in and they burned our cities. They burned them to the ground. They would go into Watts in Chicago and North Carolina and South Carolina and Arkansas. And they would go in with the military and the police, shoot up a whole lot of black people and burn down the cities. And then they show a couple pictures of black people with some Molotov cocktails in their hands and say black people did it. That's what happened, if you want to know. And then to continue on, black people went through a period called civil rights, which to me was the biggest thing that hurt black communities, period. Not the civil rights portion, but what happened after the Civil Rights Act. What happened afterwards was that black people was done exactly the way they're supposed to be done, like they always have been done in America. They were backstabbed. So, what was civil rights all about? Desegregation. They did exactly that. They did exactly that. They did it to the detriment of Black people and not to their advantage. They went in and they said, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take out all your butchers, take out all your insurance brokers, take out all your doctors, all your lawyers, all your business owners. We're going to take out all your infrastructure, and we're going to take out everything of value in the Black community, and we're going to take it out and put it in white America. We're going to integrate white America with only the good parts of the Black community. And we're going to leave all of the Black communities in the country without any kind of support infrastructure whatsoever. So if you're driving down the street in America and you see there's a downtrodden Black neighborhood over to the left, when you drive into the right to the white neighborhood where everything is okay, there's a reason for that. Because at the same time all this was happening, it was prohibited by law that Black people get loans from banks. They could not go get a loan to get a house. So when everybody else was moving west and buying up Las Vegas and building it, California, Los Angeles, and Nevada and Arizona, and getting land for their families that they can bequeath and pass on generational wealth and all that, Black people by law was excluded from it, by law. It's on the books. Still to this very day, you can look it up. We were prohibited by law to buy or to participate. Why? Because they had already moved all our banks, and it was still somewhat Jim Crow. So what happened? You ever heard of the term redlining? That came from Black people. It didn't come from some real estate crap that you hear in real estate school. Redlining came from Black people. What the U.S. government, Secretary of State, Secretary of Treasury, along with all of the big bankers, sat in a smoky black back room one day, and they said, listen, this is all true. You can look it up. They said, listen, we're going to lend money to everybody in the United States except for these areas. And they put a black tape on a big map. I'm sorry, not black tape, but red tape on a big map around every Black metropolis or neighborhood in America. And they said, these are the areas we will not invest in because there's no significant return on investment. Everywhere else outside of these communities, we will invest in. When there was the gold rush, same thing. Black people couldn't participate. When there was a great land grab, Black people couldn't participate. When there was banking and money for everybody, Black people didn't participate. Then all the way up until today, back in the 80s, Clarence Thomas gets into what? The Supreme Court. And then all of a sudden, he's supposedly the Black man of Black men. He was no Thurgood Marshall. If you want to know a real statesman, a real Black man on the Supreme Court who worked tirelessly with not only the NAACP, but other many Black and African forums around the world in the 60s and 70s when it was unheard of for Black people to have a voice. He did it. Thurgood Marshall, look him up. Now, if you said Thurgood Marshall, ex-Supreme Court Justice, if you had said he was the person that we should be listening to, or reading his writings and following his leadership and looking at his conservative values, then I would stand up and applaud you. But Clarence Thomas, no.
What's ironic about Clarence Thomas is that he benefited from affirmative action,
Exactly.
but then last year he voted against affirmative action. There was a case that went up. There was a case that went up to the Supreme Court, and he voted against that.
Sure did.
So this dude is a backstabber.
It's like President Trump. His wife came in through immigration, and then he closed the immigration loop. The very loop he got his wife and her family through, he just stopped it before he left office. He tried to close that loop for getting other immigrants in.
You know, the ironic thing is, like, Trump is actually an immigrant if you think about it, because his father actually came from Germany, and his mother came from Scotland. So he's like,
his name was Trump. His name was originally Trump. They changed it to Trump.
Yeah, he's an immigrant himself, but then he's gonna vote on, and he got an immigrant wife, and then he's gonna vote against all these laws around the immigrants, I'm like, you know, out of the way.
Can you hear me?
Strictly.
Yeah, Strick, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh
I have no
shoot.
idea what happened.
Yeah. Damn. And the brother left.
Yeah, he did, but I didn't want to be upset at the brother, and I kind of like some of the points he made, but he's saying it because he's been propagandized to believe that. That's all. It's propaganda, pure propaganda. To feel bad about other black people in the world who are suffering and don't have the utility to get anything done. And when they do get the utility, laws and the system and everything else stops them, while other people appropriate their identities and their uh, efforts and into different platforms that they use against black people even in the end. And I just wanted to explain to the brother that God, I hate when they pass on that message that black people in the United States are somehow useless because we got Clarence Thomases of the world or the Supreme Court justice. Well, what more do we want? Well, all we want are sneakers and FUBU and bullshit. That's untrue. That is so untrue. Maybe black people got a different flair of dressing, but that's not all black people. Maybe black people like the flashiness of the NBA and the football, but so do white people. So does everybody for that matter. You know, but
I
just
mean,
to,
he's talking from an African perspective and what he's heard, and he thinks that because I've heard the same thing. Lots of people saying the exact same thing that
yeah, I
should be,
know.
but they don't realize that. I mean, that is not what it is. I mean, it's like you said. Me talk about Nigeria, and without being there, I might have an opinion about it, but it won't be accurate. It's just based on what I've read, what I've heard. There's difference between living the circumstance, the
Exactly.
reality. Then yeah, it's like I'm gonna talk about Nigerian politics right now. I have no clue what's going on right now. I've read about it. Like I see the protests in Kenya. I have an idea what it's all about, but can I make a real assessment saying that that's not how it is? It should be, because as far as I'm concerned, the president's supposed to be raising the tax. I don't see the problem with it. That's my opinion. But I'll be
Okay.
offended if I were to say it like in public thing. Like I say, what you talking about? You have no clue because they are the one in the inside knowing the reality of things. I'm just from the outside looking out. So, but he just left. I guess he didn't take it.
He didn't think it through. It's like having a seventh grade education about civics and then going to Congress and say, let's pass a bill. You don't have
I mean,
enough knowledge
even me
about it.
personally, I cannot really talk about I mean, Clarence Thomas, because first of all, I don't follow those guys, and then the U.S. reality. I mean, it's I've been out of the loop for so long, so I can just go back,
Well, I'm
yeah,
well abreast on U.S. politics from both the right and the left. And it's
yeah,
not
yeah,
that I'm Democrat or Republican. I've never been either. Never. But I understand both. I understand both parties. And I understand that sometimes there are good things in the Republican Party, sometimes there's a good thing in the Democratic Party. But
yeah.
so far, the last 20, 30 years, the Republicans have just been against everything, against everything. And then they wrap it around family values and they say these things, these tropes, but they're not doing anything about it.
No,
And
because
that's
they
the problem.
know the same thing. People use religion, they use the family value to make to value themselves. That's
Exactly.
it. Just but that's the real problem. I mean, there's you have to look at the core problem. I mean, family values is one thing, but I don't eat of family values. Let's,
Okay. I don't hate it either.
but no, but it won't bring food in my plate. Family values.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean,
I mean,
it's
it's good
good to be. It's good, but values. Okay, I have a wife and kids, but then what? Okay, you
exactly.
know, then what comes
Ex-
after that? So those are the things that, yeah.
Yeah,
So
bro.
yeah, family
That's
is
funny.
one thing, but because lots of people say, I was reading some of the comments, like because look, UFC said UFC because Black people was able to look forward and get shit. I guess they were, but he said that was a win.
Say black people what?
UFC. That's okay. UFC. That's the same guy. That's Nigerian first. He said
Okay.
black people was able to look inward and get shit. They say that during the Jim Crow nonsense. I'm surprised that people actually backing that thing up. It's very. It's
Well,
like it's a
they weren't able to get shit. What they were able to do is maintain and flourish within the community. But in order for any community to grow, had I had an opportunity to finish back then, in order for any, it's economics 101. The more money you put on the street, the more money you can spend. And the government was not putting any money on the street for the black community. In order for the black communities to maintain themselves in that economic posture for any amount of time, they had to continue to reinvest funds within the community and also take their funds out in order to enjoy the life indicative of the money that they were making. And there was just not enough money to go around. So eventually it would have probably done well or maintained itself, but we would have still been segregated from America. We still would have not been able to participate in global economies, and it would have still been backwards. So they had to, I mean, back when Martin Luther King was walking the streets in Selma, Alabama, the black communities were actually thriving. They really were. But they weren't thriving to the level of any white community or on par with any major community on the planet. It was just indicative of the black community. Now, the Renaissance places like New York and Chicago and Washington, D.C., where a lot of blacks reside, those places, yes, they were doing extremely well. And they were locked into many parts of the commerce and the refined arts as well as political systems around the nation at that time. But everywhere else, and Chicago, New York, and DC is not, representative of the entire black community. It's just Chicago, DC, and New York. Although they were great and they were the largest cities and the most productive and profitable cities, they dwarfed in size to everybody else put together. So that's what people do all the time. They propagandize. Uh, they propagandize, the Renaissance, the Black heyday, as you look. You guys made it. Of course we made it. We didn't make it because you had anything to do with it. We made it because we had to. We had no other choice. But then we were not accepted with our riches, with our wonderful communities. And this is the point I wanted the brother to understand. We were not allowed into mainstream America or even mainstream world back then unless we got our black asses up from the US and went overseas to Africa, Europe, and other places. Well, we were oftentimes treated much better than in the United States. But we were not allowed to participate in mainstream American commerce and in business. That was a problem. So having all these wonderful communities, great communities. One of the things I like about Chinese, when Chinese were slaves in the United States back in the early days, and later they became indentured servants, the first thing they did? They went out and they established their own community. And they've been doing that since. The first thing they were allowed to do, because they had lighter skin, that's the only reason. You look it up, don't have to take my word for it. Because they were lighter skinned people. And you couldn't call them black. That's why they called them yellow. That's why they called them yellow, because they couldn't call them black. And since they weren't black and it wasn't against the law for anything else in the country other than being black was against the law. Because of that, the Chinese were able to establish community. They were able to make links back to China in commerce and trade to their communities. That's why you see a Chinatown in every major city in the world right now. And the Chinese is flourishing around the world because they've always been about community and being jointed, not disjointed. Yeah, of course, people say, yes, and they're messing with the laws. So, Riley Joe, you're right. They're messing with the laws again. And that's all happening for one reason. And the point I wanted to make to get back to your point, Riley, is, or really, forgive me, really, Joe, is this. The reason why they took all of this out of the curriculum is to keep people dumb, not stupid. Stupid is when you have no education, you have no understanding of anything, and you can't fix stupid. But you can fix dumb. All you have to do is read and get in the know of things, and you will fix dumb right away. But stupid is hard. It's almost impossible to fix it, if at all. But what they did was they want to keep the population dumb about politics. They want to keep the population dumb about how commerce works. Did you know it takes 3 to 5 years for any presidential fiscal policy to take hold? 3 to 5 years on average. So if Biden says right now, we're going to tax the rich won't even feel it for the next couple of years. It won't even reach the point where the CBO and other areas of the government will actually implement it. So people wonder why the prices in the United States are high right now. Right now, they're saying, and Joe Biden is terrible and the economy is terrible and we don't want another president. It's terrible. Well, if you remember, $2 trillion tax cut Trump gave to the rich. That money got to come from somewhere. That to be replaced, that $2 trillion that he gave to the rich, it's got to come from somewhere. And then on top of that, Trump started this rally. He said, tariffs are good. Chinese, they're charging on everything that goes in the United States. We're going to charge a tariff. On everything goes into China, we're going to do the tariffs, and levies, and posts, and fees, and fines. Well, okay, that's exactly what happened. Trump put a 30% tariff on China. 30%. Now, most people don't know this. They just hear the word tariffs and think that, yeah, tariffs, give more tariffs to China. What they don't know is that a tariff is a form of tax. That's all it is. It's a tariff. It's a tax. Same thing. So any good that come in from China, he puts a 30% tariff on. Let's say $100 bucket comes to the U.S. $100. It's a $100 bucket for some crane. Well, $30 is going to be put on top of that. And who's going to pay for it? Not the manufacturer, not the U.S. government, but the consumer, not the corporation who owns it, because they're going to pass those taxes off to the consumer. So all of a sudden, that bucket that used to cost $100 now costs $130 because they're not going to pay for it. We're going to pay for it. The American taxpayer pays for it. The American population pays for those tariffs. And what happened? The U.S. put that on China. China put the same thing on us. So now we have a higher cost of goods to get it to China because there's a 30% tariff waiting on the Chinese market. Not just from the U.S., but from the rest of the world, because what's going to happen, all of a sudden, the two biggest powers in the world raising tariffs, everybody else is going to do the same. That's why you had that long supply chain problem this past year past couple of years ago, when the goods had not caught up with the services or caught up with the manufacturers or caught up with the consumers. That everywhere else in the world, they had free commerce, they had leisure commerce and a very comfortable supply chain operation going on, with the exception of the U.S. While a steak in the United States right now, can cost you somewhere between a good steak, let's say at the grocery store, not even in a restaurant, can cost you between $15 and $30 for a good steak. That's ridiculous. I just went to the store over here. I'm in the Middle East right now, and I got some New Zealand and Australian beef. I think for a good filet, and I'm talking about the type you get in a restaurant and it just melts in your mouth, beautiful. I got it for like $4 or $5, the steak. There's no supply chain problems in the world anywhere except for the U.S. And the companies are just taking advantage of the people because the people don't know how it works. I remember watching on television where people saying, "Yay, more tariffs! Yay, go ahead, Trump, more tariffs! Yay!" That's why all the prices today are higher, not because of anything Biden did. Biden hasn't even really enacted any real fiscal policy other than pay down all the debt that the Trump administration created. Now, I don't want to get too political, but that's exactly what happened. I'm not making this up. Everybody watches the news. If you watch anything other than, I guess, Fox or one of those stations that never talk about these things, but you can just go to NPR. You can go to uh, uh, the Library of Congress and look it up. It's all a matter of public record. You can just find out. So when we talk about what's going on, we never look at anything in context. As the brother was just on this panel, bro, he didn't see anything in context. He only repeated what somebody told him. He only repeated what his friends say, and his friends may be Clarence Thomas acolytes. We don't know, you know. But going back to Black community, because I think this is an important thing. I think that back in the 50s and 60s and 40s, and even before that, Black communities had flourished, and there were bad parts of every neighborhood in America. White people had their bad neighborhoods. Black people had their bad neighborhoods. I mean, it was just the way it was, and it still is that way to this very day. White America is not, all, jelly and roses and peaches and cream. No, white America got some serious problems. There's some pretty downtrodden areas in white America. I mean, like underserved as hell in America. And there's a lot that need to be done. But traditionally, Black people have always had the most downtrodden areas in America, even with its thriving and flourishing economies it once had in some of those neighborhoods that have now been gutted. Of course it does. But there is hope because there's the immediacy of social media now and the sharing of knowledge. And let's say I'm wrong about 10% of what I've said today, just 10%. I like to give myself a margin of error. Let's say I'm wrong. At least 90% got out there. And that's something that couldn't happen before. And I think that these kinds of forums are very important, but we can't buy into the old tropes and listen to people say, well, Black people got everything they need. And look at them. They all they care about is tennis shoes and this, that, and the other. And that's not true. That's what's being exploited from us. We've been treated and people have been taught to expect that from us. And that's not true. Sure, Black people run around with chains and rappers and this, that, and the other. But hell, they've influenced every white person I've seen on the planet with it. And you got white people running around with sneakers and chains and fly rides and low riders and all that too. That's just the way it goes. So, Black people have been at the forefront of every fashion move, every sports move, every marketplace, anything that has to do with where they were once excluded. They're now, the champions of those. From golf. Who knew that a Black guy would one day have been at the top of the sport of golf? Tiger Woods. Who knew? His father was in special forces. And he was in 5th group. I was in 7th group. But yeah, I mean, who knew that this would be the case? But it was. Black people excel in everything they do if we put our mind to it. Now all we have to do as a people is to put our minds to it together. That's all. I think that's the answer to many of our problems, not the issue. The issues will always be there. Whether you fix them, there'll be another issue the next moment. You kids can't focus on it.
It's another thing because we have a tendency of saying that the black. Well, but the question is, how did it? I mean, how did we allow white people to have so much power over us? When I look at I mean,
remember tradition. It's tradition, customs, and mores has to do with most everything that happened in any society, political or not. It has to do with it. So remember, back when the slave trade happened, it was a customary thing that when a Black tribe took over another Black tribe in Africa, they enslaved them. It was customary. It was tradition. So they were being sold and the white people took them. So that mentality went with them. it was customary for you to honor your slavitude or your in servitude. What did I say? Slavitude? That's not a word, but in your
Servitude,
servitude. Yeah, it was a customary that you honored it. It was your grandfathers enslaved people. His grandfather was enslaved, and his grandson enslaved people, and his grandchildren enslaved people. So this is what happened. So as a matter of tradition and culture, when black people came into the United States via slavery, from the most part from Africa, slavery was a part of how things got. Matter of fact, it was written in the Bible that, hey, slaves, how to handle your slaves, how to pay them, how to do this, how to do that. You know, everything about slaves is right in the Bible. You ever want to learn how to be a slave owner, read the Bible. It's in there, right there.
Yep,
And
I
so
know.
yeah, of course you know. And so when they got to the United States and they're being sold off, yep, okay, we lost the war and we've been sold. So I mean, there was some mandingos and some bucks that could take out a whole community of white men, but they didn't, because of the mentality, because of uh, the servitude and the contracts with the conscience and the soul. That's why people don't understand it now, because most people don't have allegiance to their own backyard. But come on now, uh, from generational oppression as a black man. The only way I think, and Roxette, you're right. Um, we have to get out of that mindset, but there's the only one way to do it. We got to do like the Irish did. We got to do like the Italians did. We got to do like the Chinese did. We got to do like every other culture in America was in the barrel at once. We got to first get into the barrel. We've never been in the barrel. We've always been outside of the barrel, being stomped on. Once we get into the barrel and have a platform in that barrel to fight against the other cultures in America, and I don't mean physical fight or war, I mean, but fight for that, what Boyd was trying to say, I think, fight for those issues that are, indicative of our community and that the other communities are enjoying, and be on that even or that homogenized playing field with white America and all the other culture, because they got 100 years of maybe 200 years of being in that barrel over us, black people. We got a whole lot of catching up to do as a community, and it's not as hard as we think. It's only difficult because we don't have the mindset for it. We have 20, 30, 40 generations of black people putting each other down. Why do you think they had, forgive my language, everyone, why do you think they had house niggers and field niggers? Not just because the house niggas could be in the house and yes, I'm boss and we warm today or we okay today, and the field niggas can be out in the field doing all the hard labor and cotton. They were dividing us socially, physically, mentally, spiritually, race-wise. Light-skinned people could do this, dark-skinned people could do that. They were always hitting us against one another. How many times that big black man in the field, tilling that field and picking that cotton, look over to his left, and some light-skinned, guy is in the house eating, in the back. Maybe he's eating scraps, but he's eating the good scraps. How many times he looked over and said, that piece of shit, look at him. He don't care about me. That was ingrained in us for a reason. And every time he got beat, every time he got stomped, every time he was hurt, what happened? He remembered, and he told his children, and his children told his children, and his children told his children. Till today, quite often, black people look at each other and we just hate each other. And I don't even like using the word black at all. I use it a lot in explanations of things. I like using the term African American. African American, not because, I can say, oh, I'm from Africa, look at me, and I wear a dashiki and a kufi. That's not what I'm talking about. But the oranges of my blood is from Africa. As a matter of fact, the oranges from everybody's blood on the planet is from Africa. They were doing a study last year. They found a Neanderthal, and they started to study it with the oldest remains in, I think it was Europe. And they found a Neanderthal. And they used to call black people Neanderthals, monkeys and apes. It was recently discovered and published that black people from Africa and all of its descendants has zero Neanderthal. Did not come from apes. It just was discovered recently. But you don't hear a lot about that. But every other culture in the world has Neanderthal in it. Yeah, that just was published not too long ago. But black people can't enjoy that and realize the true value of that because we don't pay attention to what's going on in those marketplaces about us. We only listen to the hype and the propaganda and the tennis shoes and the Nikes and the basketball and the football, and we listen to all that bull crap. We don't listen to, what will nourish our souls. Not because we're dumb, and that's not all black people I'm talking about. I'm just talking about quite a bit of the black community who listen to propaganda every day instead of real, honest to God facts. So when I use the term African American, which I'd rather use, and I think I'm going to start using for the rest of this podcast. When I use the term African American, I'm talking about it denotes a sense of economic parity. Every other culture in the entire world say, I'm a Jewish American, I'm an Italian American, I'm an Irish American, I'm a Chinese American, I'm a Japanese American, I'm all these different kind of Americans, except for black people. We're Black American, which makes us a subculture and not a culture. And I think that's unfair to us ourselves. So I think that black people should, just for the sake of just having a group to whom we belong, hopefully we don't hate ourselves so much that we can't do that, but to a group that we belong, good or bad, because there's some straight up nigga white people out there, straight up. And there's some straight up nigga black people out there. That's just how it goes. Every community got them. There's some straight up nigga Chinese I've met, and Japanese and everything else.
But don't you remember when China?
Yeah.
The
You got
lady
some
in the elevator, she was straight up ghetto.
straight up thug.
Whoa.
Thug-like.
Thug. I was like, whoa.
She was a thug, bro. And straight up, she could be in any rap video anywhere in the world, and you feel she's an ominous character, this lady. But people think that that black people are the only niggas. That's untrue. Nigger is just it's really a term of endearment in a lot of places in the black community, and it's not so insulting. It's only insulting when another culture says about the community that, because it denotes a sense of less than any kind of parity.
But I have a question. What do we have to call ourselves nigga? But other cultures don't do that.
We don't have to. We really don't have to.
Other cultures like they call themselves, hey, honky, what's up? No, they don't do that.
Yeah, you know what? They do in the U.S. Go to downtrodden America, bro. Go to white America where people are dying on the street from fentanyl. They'll be like, you motherfucker, get the fuck out of here, nigga. They'll call each other niggas. White people call each other niggas now. I've seen it and heard it and watched it. Not that that's normal for any community, but for shock value and for understanding.
But do you know what other culture call themselves nigga? Haitian. They say neg.
Neg. Because, you and I know something that in just about every language in the world, anything that starts with N-E-G and R, negra, negro, negron, all of these things means black, Negro. This means the color black. And that's probably where there's probably, because, Brazil was on a slave trade too. And probably the darker people that went to slaves to Brazil, and because Brazil, of course, was colonized by the Portuguese. Yeah. They probably said, yeah, they'll get those the black people once in Spanish around some white folks. I think that's actually the truth. If I remember the story correctly, they started calling them Negroes, or what do you say? How do you say it in Portuguese? I forget right now, but I think it's Negro as well. Negro as well.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, but since they started calling that, they took that as what they started. It's like a slang they were using, and that's why how black people became Negroes, and blacks or negras.
No, they say preto.
Preto. They say preto for real dark, but I think negro is still the color black.
In yeah, but I think. Yeah, I think so.
Or out of Spain, maybe out of Spain or Brazil it came, because they were also involved in the slave trade. So
Oh,
the Spanish.
yeah, of course
So
they were.
yeah. So that could very well be it. But,
No, de preto, negro, puro,
yeah.
preto, negro, sombrío, maligno,
Exactly.
preto. Wow,
And
maligno.
it's hard for white people to say preto. It's hard for them to say that. So they probably just went with negro. I know a few white folks that when they try to speak Spanish, ¿Cómo está usted?
Yeah, Ozzy.
Gracias.
I've been to Brazil. I've been to Rio. I've been to Sao
Yeah.
Paulo. Yes, I've had.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, to me, Brazil I had a good time there. To me, it was like a big DR. That's what it felt like.
Straight up. But I think the women in Brazil are finer than
They're finer. They got
Yeah.
the body's stronger. They got strong asses. They have like those donkey,
Yeah.
those
Yeah, donkey.
yeah,
Thunder thighs.
they're like more muscular, while
Yeah,
the
muscular,
Dominican are
yeah.
more soft. So I found like the
Right.
Brazilian look. And you can see. I have a friend. I used to date the blonde Brazilian. I mean, from the back.
Mhm.
Do you remember the Brazilian guy who went with him in the Congo?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact. How's he doing?
He's doing. I haven't talked to him in a while, but the last time he was doing okay. He's back to
Okay.
Brazil. He left Chile. Do you know
Okay.
his wife was a blonde, maybe 5'10", 5'11"?
How do you know that?
From the back, she's a blonde chick, bro, a donkey. If I didn't know her, I would say she had a BBL.
Oh my God! Wow!
I would say that she had a BBL. That's how bad Louis' wife was. The first time I was like, he was an ex-priest, right? I look at this guy, I'm
Right,
like, damn.
I know the guy that was in the Congo with us. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I looked at it, I was like, damn, how do you pull that out? I was like, can you handle that?
I remember.
Bro, I was like,
I
you know that someone's wife, but just, when you talk to him, you just don't want to look at her because that's how fine she was. Fine, bro.
Mm-hmm.
All the girl we read
There's some beautiful
yesterday.
women there, bro.
All the girl we read yesterday, because, I'm sorry. When you see a blonde girl with a black body, I'm sorry, she beat white and black together because it's just not normal. Because the blonde, you see the flat ass, she was tall. I look at her like, damn, and she was in the morning like jogging. I was like, damn. From the back, I was like, that's Liz, girl,
But you know another race of white women that got like these Amazonian bodies?
Swedish.
Russian.
And Swedish,
Yeah.
yep.
Russian and Swedish women, you look at them like, what the hell is this?
I've dated a Swedish girl in Chile. Bro, she was from Norway.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn.
I've had a few of those in my lifetime.
I forgot her name. She married a brother from, bro. Like I was occupied. I couldn't do anything. I was like, damn, but she was nice. She was literally, she had a strong body, like that muscular. Do you know? Do you know what I've realized, honestly? That what I've realized, like Swedish, all those women, those Nordic women, when they get older, their face might look older than black women, but their bodies stay more in shape than black women. Black women, when they get old, they just let themselves go.
You're right. If it wasn't for all the obesity in America right now,
I've realized
there's a lot
that
of obesity there.
Yep, I've seen some old white lady. You see the body still in shape, old Russian. But when you see same thing in Africa, after 45, they look like just like like they just don't care anymore.
Like weathered. It's been kind of weathered.
Yeah. So they might have that young face, but the body is just a zero. While
they let gravity take hold of them.
Yeah, they don't do exercise. They just let themselves go. That's what I've realized. That when it comes to, I know they're gonna. I want to be, I'm
gonna hate your guts for this one.
I know, but it's true. It's true. People realize they say, "Yeah, look at this guy. Look at this black women. This black women hater." No, I'm just saying the truth. I mean, for what I've seen, I've seen some old Turkish women and old, when I go back to the Congo, you look at all those after fight, they look all like, yep.
Yeah, I mean, but here's what I believe the problem is.
Same thing with Arab women.
Yeah, they kind of let themselves go after a certain period. I think after you have a child or two.
That's
I've seen that a lot. I've seen that a lot in the Arab world. Because without a baby, they're the most prestige, amazing women. Oh my God. But as soon as they have a child or two, they just kind of let it all go. Not all of them. That's like Egyptian women. I've seen a lot of Egyptian women. They take care of themselves. But you go right next door. Even Syrian, even Moroccan, and quite a few other Arab women, they do take care of themselves.
No, but
sometimes where there's abundance.
Syria got some fine women.
They do. They got some beautiful women that are cut, and after have 3 kids, they look like models. Syrian women are awesome women, beautiful women. But even some Turkish women too. I think in some ways Turkish women, but not always. Because once you get settled into comfort, any comfortable society will have its element of chicks that just get huge after having a baby, and they always blame it. Oh, I'm eating for 2 people. That's not the truth. Talk to any pediatrician or gynecologist. They say that's never true, because the placenta feeds your child. Not you. Your placenta does that. So if you overeat, you're just gonna get fat. That's all that is to it. I mean, I want some chocolate in the middle of the night and some mustard and with a pickle, and give me 4 bags of French fries. That's what happens, right there. But what's going on in the States, bro? That a lot of people are obese these days. What's going on with that?
You have to ask Rocket Club and Aussie. They be dealing with those overweight women over there.
What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, Rocket Club, he said that if his girl doesn't weigh 200 pounds, he ain't it. Aussie the same thing. They love.
Get out of here, really?
Yeah, Rocket Club truck. Oh, he loves those big. Yeah.
Really?
Oh wow. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have anything against people who are overweight. That's not my point.
And that's Rocket Club.
You love those. Die. It's unhealthy. You die from this. Heart disease, kidney failure. You name it.
He loved to play tennis with those. He loved them big. The bigger it is, the better it is.
No,
he said something more thing for the cushion, more cushion for the. I don't know. He has a weird expression. More cushion for what? More cushion for what? What's the expression? Rocket. More cushion for what? More cushion for the pushing, something like this. Yeah, more cushion for the pushing.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous. But people are genetically predisposed to having the gene that they are overweight. You can't help it in some cases, but a lot of cases. I mean, going to any restaurant, I never eat all the food. I gained a lot of weight back a few years back. Well, quite a few years back, I gained a lot of weight, and I remember I met you in the Congo some years ago, and you looked at me and said, "Mike, you gained some weight." You know what? I didn't even notice it. I didn't even notice that I was 70 pounds overweight. 70 pounds. I thought I was just a muscular dude. I'm former special forces. I must be in good shape. I never looked in the mirror and saw me fat. Isn't that something? I never saw it. And
I used to tell you all the time. You were like, "No, I'm big bones. I'm big bones."
I know.
Like, okay, buddy.
But I was overweight, but I wasn't like obese yet. But I was definitely.
No. Here's the thing. I mean, technically you're obese, but you didn't look obese because of the muscle mass. But you BMC, you.
Yeah, my BMC, you're right. My body fat was like.
Yeah, if you go to that, they're gonna say that you didn't look like it because of the muscle. That's it. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm down to like 200. I stick around 195, 200. I was 270, and now I'm at 190, 200. I mean, no flab, nowhere. I feel great. Matter of fact, I haven't felt this great since I was in the military.
I'm telling you, being fat and cool.
It's dangerous. I mean, remember I had sugar problems and all kinds of stuff. I would drink
Yeah,
something
because
and
you
all of a
start
sudden,
getting insulin resistant, all that. It's crazy.
yeah, man, forget that. And so I don't even mess with sugar these days. I don't even mess with it at all.
You know me. You know me. I don't take sugar. I just even my coffee. I like it dark, and
Yeah, man.
I'm just got used to it. I don't consume any sugar, just unless it's the fruits.
Sugar's
Even
poison. Sugar's
even
poison, bro.
now that I'm traveling, it's a bit harder. But usually I just when I cook my own stuff, I just use that Himalaya salt. I get good piece of steak, and then you know.
Bro. Yeah, you got to eat that. And a lot of people, you go to a country, that country is going to be healthy or not by what they put in your plate to fill your food. You get it? Like all you really need on your plate is your steak and your vegetables and maybe a little bit of starch. Maybe a little bit of starch to give you that boost of energy once it converts the sugar into your body or whatever. So that's all you really need on your plate. And then you
But
eat.
I don't know if when I used to go to Carrefour, I used to go to the rice aisle. They have red rice, they have brown rice, they have black rice, they have
Yeah.
so you have that
I go to
variety.
Carrefour all the time as well. That's the only place I shop is Carrefour.
Carrefour,
Yes.
yeah. But go
Yeah.
to the eye. They have this black rice. Oh, bro, that thing is good with steak. It's
Yes.
just like
Yes.
So
Yes. You're
it's
absolutely correct.
it's still in what it's called, the kernel. Is it kernel?
Yeah. Yeah, it's still in this husk. It's husk.
Yeah.
It's still in the husk.
Yeah. Hey, your Rocket Club, the
What's up,
200
Rocket
pound.
Club?
That's the one.
How
Yeah.
you doing, bro?
What's
going
good,
on?
man? How y'all doing?
Doing great, bro.
Doing great.
Been watching you over here, just talking your game, talking up your game.
No,
Not Applebee's.
Hey, yeah, man. I don't do all that now. My name Racket Club, bro. It's a different tier of women I deal with.
Well, there you go.
You say what?
What was the question, Mike?
No, I was just saying, there you go. But there
Oh,
you go.
yeah, man.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, because the way we talk, I mean, like, I'm surprised Zed that didn't Polish was gonna say, yeah, we don't care if you guys criticize black women. It's not that. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, if I just don't like fat thing, it doesn't matter which color they are. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just like those rolls. It's not. There's nothing sexy. And when she put the tongue on, it disappear. You look like like you just look like a. The tongue just disappear in the flab. I mean, just don't sit.
Yeah. It's not even because they're ugly. That's not it. I wish, because, I know some overweight babes in the world that are just beautiful women inside and out. But, it's not my flavor. That's not my flavor. And they know it. And it's not because I detest them. It's just that's not my cup of tea. And I worry more about them than I, dislike being with them as a mate. That's not my thing. Everybody has their taste. That's not my taste.
But let me tell you, my first wife, when I met her, she was like maybe like one. She was like 5'9", 5'10", 140 pounds. Okay, comfortable. When she got comfortable, I mean, dad was Jamaican. She was born in the U.S., but dad was Jamaican and mom was American. And then she just got comfortable. I guess her mom was like a health freak. Mom was a doctor. And then she started eating. She used to order like pizza, bro. I see her literally. I was married from March 95 up to November 96. She just blew up. I mean, at night she was.
You say, I'm out.
I used to look at her. I told her, you know what? And when I left, she got mad because I was studying this girl from Argentina, Roxana Fleitas. That girl was like, nice, slim goodies, nice hips. Then you going for more like literally at one time we used to go to the I used to like Armani exchanges where we used to buy the same
we used to
clothes.
be at Armani almost every other day.
But guess what? At one time, my waist size was like 34. She was waist size 36 for a woman. So go figure.
Good Lord. That's a lot.
And bro, I was like, this is not cool at all. And then she had so now she looked like a duck, big belly and big ass. Bro, that was just the
Oh,
I mean
man.
I was like,
Right in the back.
What you call it, a duck?
Yeah, bro. She had a duck shape, like like I was like, no, I'm sorry, I just couldn't. Pretty face, but I just look at me one day. I studied this girl. She found out about it. She hired a private. She hired a private
Investigator.
investigator, and then she was following me around. And I'm like, and then when they showed me and one day they invited me over to the place, the mom and dad. They say, hey, let's go watch a movie.
Oh shit.
When they put the movie, it's me.
Yeah, bro.
And then
Y'all
I'm like,
beat you?
okay. Yeah, the mother, they're like, the whole family's there. Look at me, like, they were also Christian Adventists. So they're like, okay, look at this fornicator, this adulterer, all those things. And you know me,
I know you, bro.
when I'm corner, I say, okay, what you guys gonna do about it now? I told them.
Let me tell you, Bracket, he's exactly like that.
I
Hey,
said,
I
okay.
believe it though. That's why it's so funny. I'm just
Okay,
thinking,
so what?
like, fuck
I
it.
said,
I
now.
just- Yeah.
I said, now what? Oh, bro, the mother got, I remember she had one of those raffia chair, like, those, made out of bamboo. She put your feet, because my feet were touching the table a little bit. The mother became so rude. You know what? I say, I say, you guys can keep your daughter. I'm out.
Wow.
And they looked at me like,
Yeah.
and guess what? Then, my daughter was the Congo. Bro, she wrote that long letter to my dad, like, yeah, your son commit adultery. This and my dad said, what they want me to do about it?
Committed adultery.
Because they thought my dad was shit. My dad is a reform player, so so I'm like, you're talking. He said, my dad was like, shit, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What do you want me to do about it?
Yeah.
We know.
I've watched you do similar stuff, Brack. I've watched you do similar stuff over the years. It's just
We
cracking
we know how daddy met mom.
He just don't give a fuck.
There you go.
We know how daddy
Exactly.
met mom. So when she said, I was like, okay, I told her what you gonna do about it. Straight up,
There you
I'm
go.
like,
There you go.
I don't care. I'm like, what do you want? Okay, now what? She said, yeah. Oh, they were so mad. And then guess what? I went back to my spot. When I opened the door, the thing is empty. She cleaned the place up.
God.
She cleaned the place up. You know the Rolex I had.
All the Rolexes you had.
Yeah.
I don't even know what my Rolexes are, to be honest, right now. but
she took it and she left the Bible and opened
In the Bible for
Yeah, she
what's
opened,
up with that?
she
What's up
opened
with
a Genesis. You should not go with that. I'm like, look at this thing. I'm like, I'm sorry. My name is Solomon. He got, he
My name is.
he had
Okay.
300 wives and 700
My name
concubines.
is
So
all of it.
so don't worry
Exactly.
about it. That's my favorite person in the Bible. So
Yeah. Exactly. I mean,
like-
that's hypocrisy, bro. It's hypocrisy. Come on now.
Shit.
I heard a brother we were in a conversation with the other day. Remember, God made a man with a multiplicity of seed, and he made a woman with a single egg. What does that denote to you? What does that say?
Well, we're supposed to be players.
Well, I got a better term. We're supposed to procreate. If I say players, then I'll have the whole women's league down on my throat.
Yeah, I mean,
But
well,
men are supposed to, I think, repopulate the world and continue to populate the world. I think that's what men are designed for. We have codified marriage into a just you and just me thing. And it's now a form of tradition. But if you just look at marriage, especially in the West or the most liberal societies, even in Europe and parts of Africa, Asia, Central South America too, for that matter, and of course, Australia. If you just look at it, the divorce rate is so high in the world because it's so unnatural to be married. People thinking like they think now. It used to be a time where they didn't believe what they believe now about marriage. They believed in the Bible and the Quran and the collectively. I'm not saying they don't now, but the Bible, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, the Torah. They believed in all of these religious texts as well as these ceremonies and traditions and customs. Now these kids today and the last couple generations, not just the kids, don't really subscribe. And I think that is pretty bad. Now, I heard another statistic too, that now they got all this, women marrying women, men marrying men, and that kind of thing going on. Do you want to know what the highest divorce rate is between women and women, men and men, men and women? You want to know what the highest divorce rate is?
I have no clue.
Women to women.
Damn,
Women to women.
I think I heard that with the guys too, man.
Yeah, 75%. No, the guys that I'm not advocating for, I'm not a member of that community, but they can knock yourself out. But women, I think it's like 79% divorce rate, 70-something percent divorce rate, the highest. Women to women can't get along so much that they get divorced much quicker and at a higher frequency than men. It's fact. I was like, wow. So women can't even be with other women without getting divorced. You get them? Because women have been divorcing men so traditionally in America. I'm speaking about America right now. That it's almost alarming. The greatest transfer of wealth is occurring right now in American society. Women own more than men now because every man is losing his house, his cars, everything, half his account, everything to alimony. Look at how much did Bill Gates' wife get? What was her name? Not Bill Gates. Yeah, Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates divorced Melinda too, if I remember correctly.
Have you seen Jeff Bezos, girl? The way she dresses, bro. He got himself a whoop whoop whoop.
What happened? He's got a bad one. I haven't seen
a bad one. I mean, she looks. I mean, she's going. I mean, just let me. I can put it. Jeff is the man, bro. That guy is. Bill Gates is a nerd. Jeff is a player.
Star. She's a star.
The Bill Gates got the Mark Zuckerberg type of girl. But Jeff Bezos, shit, that guy is. Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know if his wife and girlfriend, but she is. Let me show you. Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna pull.
Yeah, there's no way I wouldn't even be with Jeff Bezos' wife in the first place.
Yeah.
No, that's out of her league. Jeff Bezos, Amazon guy, shit.
He's probably got clones of her. One in Florida, one for in Tahiti, another one in Europe. He probably cloned his babe. So he ain't got to take the same one with him anyway. He just get there and she already there.
Oh my shit, my man Bezos. I'm like, that guy is like, damn.
Oh, really? I never seen his last wife, the one he divorced. Didn't she get like 30 billion?
Yeah, I mean, she's older than
this. Billion? Shit.
He got 30 billion in the divorce settlement. I mean, that's what everybody's looking at. They keep their eye on that prize. They get married. A couple years later, they go out and commit adultery, and the next thing you know, they're getting paid.
Look at Bezos.
Let me look at that. Oh, man, he's got a beautiful wife.
Oh my God. Sanchez, you see, that dude is not playing.
He's a player. Oh, what is that? Like a 800 carat ring?
Shit, that guy is just like, he's the only one that really enjoys his money. Not like Bill Gates. They be looking at those big, Mark Zuckerberg. This guy is like
Elon Musk sitting around tinkering something every time you see him. He's never with a honey.
Look at this. Look. That's Bezos. A Bezos joint, Hey.
Bezos did well for himself. She's a beautiful woman. She's Latin, isn't she? Is she Latin?
Lorena Sanchez,
Yeah, Lorena Sanchez. Okay, yeah.
But Bezos, Bezos' dad was Cuban.
Ah, okay, yeah. So Cubano.
I mean, his stepdad, the one that actually raised him, and was Cuban. When his dad left him, his dad, his dad wish would have never left him.
Look at that right there, though. Ugh.
He said it's worth me leaving her 30 billion so I can go to this.
I don't know. Look at that though. She done had a lot of things. She looked a little fake.
No, she looked fake, but she looked fake. But what I'm saying, like he got himself. You should be in there.
She looks produced, but she's produced for his level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. She's produced his level because he's not. Look at
Did y'all
Melinda.
see the video when they're with Leonardo DiCaprio?
Which one?
No.
She was like going crazy over Leonardo DiCaprio in front of him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, a whole lot of honeys went crazy over Leonardo DiCaprio
Oh,
in front
look.
of their man.
Principe to memo. He said, I like mine fine and black.
Ooh, who said that?
No, a guy, his name is Principe.
Okay. No, we
Yeah,
all
I
have
like
our
it black
taste. We all
too,
have our
shit.
taste, and I think that's
Listen,
good about men.
money get you anything. Should you trust her? What is your background? Listen, with money, I buy love. Pretend like you love me. I don't need to love you for real. Just pretend because I don't care about love. I just pretend. I had enough love in my life. Just pretend like like I'm all you got. Just pretend,
Yeah, man. Sell me that
Bro,
dream.
money does buy happiness. Are you kidding me? Only poor people say money don't buy happiness. Money buy. Rich people tell poor people to say that. Oh yeah, you can't buy everything, and the whole camel through the needle and all that eye of the needle and all this bullshit. It buys happiness.
You should see,
It's
like,
buys.
let's say I wake up in the morning, my face is like all messed up. When I got a deal, bro, I see that check, bro. Listen, I'm smiling all day, singing, bro, singing everywhere. Just singing, I'm just happy. Why are you happy? Just happy.
They say that because people get cruel when they get money. That's the problem.
No. When you get money, it just accentuates, it just amplifies your personality.
Exactly who you
That's
are.
it.
I agree.
If you're a dickhead, you're just gonna be a dickhead. But if so that's
I agree with you. I agree with you right there, bro. But people don't never have money. The first thing they see is the reflection of themselves. And that's what other people see.
Money is sweet. Money, ay. Forget about it.
And most people are bitter about money because they don't have any. So by the time they get some, they're bitter about it with money.
Nah, I love money. I'm sorry. Okay, first of all, think about it. We came in this world to do what? And think about it. The majority of our problems in life, it's money based.
Exactly.
People rob for money. People steal for money. People kill for money. At the end, I'm Christian at this time. In Ecclesiastes, it says money is not of everything.
It solves a whole lot. It really does. It's those people without money run around talking about you don't need money to be happy. That's all. Well, when you have money, you don't need to spend money often. That's true. When you have money, very often you don't have to spend money to have a good time because you already have it. That's not one of your plights. That's not one of your woes. But when you don't have money, you're always worried about having money. That's the problem. What do you say?
Look, if Bezos didn't become rich, he probably would have been a passport bro in Colombia. Yep.
Okay.
And raising money. Yep. Eat the cash up.
That's it. That's it, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, and then this guy says something. He said, culture. We had multiple wives with commitment. You guys don't believe in commitment. No, listen. Me personally, I don't need more than one wife. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to get rid of, so I just want to be single. So that's not even an issue with me. I don't want multiple wives. I don't want to hear like headaches. I mean, complaining in one ear. I just, can we have like three complaints? It's just too much, So to me,
remember boy say, I have 4 wives. Remember boy from Saudi? What did he say? He said
he had 4 wives.
That was crazy. But the way he said it was the funniest thing in the world. He said, man, like it was a headache. He was basically telling us it was the biggest headache he ever had in his life was having 4 wives.
What about you? Gold digger existing? Go ahead.
No, just was.
That was the guy in the. Remember the Qatari guy we met in Turkey, in Istanbul?
Yeah, that's right. It was
that brother. That was a brother. That guy had 4 wives, but he loves big one. The first one was the skinny one was the
main shit.
No, the last one. But the first one was they went from extra large to large, then to medium. Remember?
Yeah, I remember that. And they used to pile down at breakfast when we went to eat.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't want to mention his name online. He's a good brother. I like him.
He had 25 kids with him, right? Something like this, right?
Something like that. Yeah, filled up the whole Florida hotel. All his kids with him. It was crazy.
And they used to go every day shop. They used to go shop to Louis Vuitton, Hermes, and Armani like it was Walmart.
Yeah, I know. And you probably spend 50,000, 100,000 a day.
Yeah, because they
Every
had
week,
the car
every day.
for the bags. Remember?
Yeah, bro. They had another
Yeah.
car just for the bags. Just for
No,
the bag.
what
A
about
little truck, a van.
Evan?
With,
Remember that gold digger
yeah.
exists. You need a person, bro, with money. You can be a gold digger. I don't give a damn. I got we were about gold digger. Well, we can afford it. We can afford it. You don't care about she's a gold digger
Yeah,
or not.
bro.
When you
Yeah,
broke, you're
bro.
like, no, she's a gold digger. When you got money, first of all, she ain't, I mean, she's with me because I think about it. We drive you Ferrari.
I
You come,
know.
you Lambo. The girl looking at you, say, come in. You want, you just got access
Every
to different type.
every
I mean,
kind
it's
of car
normal.
you can drive, every kind of car you can think of. Been there, done that. So, come on
you
now.
know, especially in Dubai, when you go to the Valley Park, you park the Bentley there, people, everybody looking at you, you feel like you're just floating, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, bro. You're
Yeah,
having
it's
fun, enjoying the good life.
yeah. I had love. It's okay. I had, I have my kids. My kids are grown, so you're not gonna love. Just pretend that you love me. That's good enough.
There you go. Just show me some love.
Show me some love. Honestly, right now I'm at the point where I need a wife on demand. Meaning, when I feel like I'm lonely, you there. If I
Yeah.
don't,
Wife on the man.
yeah, I don't want 124 hours. No, I don't want that. Just on demand. I mean, and think about it. It's been like this almost because like I travel a lot. You know, I used to spend like 11 months. I don't see wifey. It was like okay. It was to me. I just get used to it. So to me it's like because and when I'm home for a long time, bro, I just start getting bored. I start getting antsy. I'm like, you know what? Relationship technically to me is not made for me. I just it's not that I don't love her. It's just I just get bored after a while. I want my freedom. I want to be able to breathe. Not to do dirt, not to go party, but something just want some quiet time. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm telling you, so I don't want someone 24-hour nagging and all this. I'm sorry.
Listen, most women don't have to nag. They don't. But it becomes a thing of familiarity. I think familiarity, and I do believe and actually teach that familiarity breeds content and contempt. The more familiar you are with someone, the
Mm-hmm.
more they'll nag and complain because they know they can. And one thing I try never to tolerate is nagging. If we can't talk about it or communicate about it in an effective, respectful manner, then I'm not going to discuss it. I don't want to hear it. I could care less about it. And I think if most men stop listening to the nagging or even responding to it, I think that the world would be better off. Because women would chill themselves. One thing I love about women is they know how to go inside of themselves and remain and just stop the bullshit. They do know. They really do. I've watched women all over the world just do it scientifically. They got this old saying that the man is the head of the family, but the woman is the neck. She turns that head any way she wants it to go. And so women know how to introspectively change and stop that. But it's become so commonplace and traditional in our world that I think is tearing our world apart. Because men are dying younger. They're leaving all their wealth to women, which is okay. Family is one thing, but most men die and the woman still lives another 20, 30 years with the wealth or the whatever bequeathed assets there are. And this is more of a collective movement around the world that has been occurring for the past, probably last 150 years. So men are being displaced around the world because of this phenomenon. I think if men could just know how to respond to nagging, just know how to respond to it, I think this world would be a better place. That one thing, because women will take you on a trip because you want to be emotional with your woman, you want to love her and believe her and listen to her and all these things, but you don't do it objectively. You do it subjectively, and that is why it runs amok. People lose focus. I think it's really bad. But anyway, that's a whole nother. That's why most men don't want to be with their woman because of
But
the
but
nagging.
hold on. Remember Jazzy in Dubai?
Yeah,
She
yeah,
was so fine, but sometimes she nagged so much. Sometimes I didn't want to hear it, bro. I was just I'm
bro.
like,
When
I
I would
was
sit
like,
at the table with you guys, I would just get up and leave.
and then one day she got mad. She said, "What's wrong with your dick, bro? That thing wasn't rocket. That thing wasn't working at all. That thing was just dead." I was like, "Damn, maybe I got a problem." But she made me
Yeah.
so mad that you just like you look at her like it
Yeah.
doesn't work. I was like, "Damn," because to me it's like
You
I
become
was just
disenchanted.
yeah. She got mad. She said, "What's wrong with your dick?" I'm like, "Damn."
Okay.
You
I
know,
don't need
she
a
was,
woman like that. I don't need that. Yeah.
no, she was just nagging. Or she was fine, but then when she
She's a
started
beautiful
nagging,
woman, but God, when she opened
she
her mouth to
was,
talk.
and then she was like, and to her was part of her nature. Well, me, I don't like to. Well, I wasn't used to the argument, so I was like, I said, hold on. If I'm with you, it's to have a good time, not to start, arguing because I have it already at home, and then I'm here, you're doing the exact same thing. So I was like, I'm sorry.
We can't be doing this.
No, then shoot. So
Yeah.
when I went to Chile, I left her where I left her. I'm like, okay, well,
Yeah, bro. When you went back down to South America, she disappeared. She
yeah,
did. She was gone.
she
I mean,
decided
I liked her. I liked her because she was a cool person. She was not a bad person, but she just bitched and whined and
the whole time. So
she
then,
competed with you in everything. She competed with you in everything.
I
and that
can't
was
You
take
said
that, man. That's toxic.
and that was
if he said the wine was rosé, like a pinkish color maybe, or champagne color, she would say it was red. And anything he said, she had to be more right than him every time. And he's a laid back guy with women sometimes. And he tolerates very little, believe it or not, being laid back. He tolerates very little. But I was embarrassed for him, not because he was embarrassed, because he don't get embarrassed by shit like that.
Where is she
I was
from?
embarrassed for him because, you
she
know,
was Bosnian.
Damn, for
yeah,
real?
fine girl, beautiful girl. But we would all go out, and I just leave. When I leave, bro, I gotta go. I can't do this tonight. I'm sorry. Y'all have a good one. But you get what you get what you got, and you just go forward with that, and that's all that matters. But at least in perspective, if any women out there are listening, stop the whining. Just stop it. Stop bitching and complaining about stuff. Chances are you're not gonna change your man. Not ever. Not ever. Women spend most of their time trying to change their man, and they waste so much time bitching and arguing and fighting. What they need to do is accept that man for who he is and find out if they can love him that way. And if they can love him the way he is, then they got something. They can work with that. But to constantly try to change him, don't do this, don't do that, you treat me bad, and you don't listen to me, all that crap will only disintegrate the marriage over time. That's all it does. No one wants to live in an environment where they're constantly attacked or, made to feel emasculated. No one. And that's the way of the West now. Women emasculating men all the time as a normal thing. The most amazing thing I've seen in quite some time. I'm just not going to have it. You can call me a piece of shit. No problem. I'm out. See you later. No problem. We ain't got nothing to talk about. I'm out.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Jazzy. Well,
she was nice, though. Very nice. But you know who one of my favorite people was?
Irma.
Irma, the Russian chick in Turkey. She was in Russia, right? Or was she?
Yep.
She was from
Russia.
Russia. Yeah. She was one of my favorite people. I mean, she had a good attitude. She was beautiful, like gorgeous. But she was also like totally in support of you. She was totally 100%. She never said a cross word about you to your face or behind your back.
Never.
This was one of those women you just look at and go, "Yup, that's a good girl." Plus, from what I hear, y'all really got along well.
Oh yeah. Oh, we got along. That was the perfect match.
Yeah, y'all like Mutt and Jeff. I was so happy for you, bro. I was really happy for you. I was like, wow, he's got himself a good girl.
What happened to her?
I was still married at the time, and I was not messing around in those days. And I tell you, I wished I could find a girl like her back then. I really do. I wished I could. She was a wonderful girl, wonderful. And but of course, Strick, he has a policy. I don't want to say leave him in the dirt, but he left him somewhere. and I think what was it? Slash and burn. But no, when you're younger, you just do stuff like that. Yeah, she was. Oh yeah.
You see some rockets?
Yeah, I'm
see
looking.
Yeah,
Hey, Strictly be pulling them soccer
yeah,
wives.
that's the Bosnian chick there, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
that's
the
the
soccer
Bosnian.
players be dating.
She had a black body though. She had a black
Mm,
girl body.
mm, mm, mm.
She did. She really did. I was like,
Yes, sir.
and she's a beautiful girl to look at, but when she started to argue and bitch and whine, oh my god, that made
And
my
she was
blood.
tall,
Yeah,
with the same height with her. Look, with the same height with her heel.
I know, I know.
This is flashback.
Hey,
Yeah,
look at
bro.
Strictly. Look,
I
I
remember
ain't never
that
seen
day.
him smile like that. Hey, look at the Strictly's profile picture on the left, and look at this picture.
Yeah, I see it, bro.
Two
I,
different vibes.
yeah, yeah, bro. I remember that. I remember that occasion right there. I remember being in that room somewhere, which I
It
don't
is
really
crazy.
don't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good old time. Let me see if I can find Irma. Let me see. Yeah, I have
Yeah,
an
man,
album.
I like women from all over, man. I'll mess with a European woman, an African woman, an Asian woman, a South America. It don't matter as long as they cool, look good, got good values, be on the same shit I be on. We can rock.
Yeah, that was the good old time.
Now, Mike, are you married?
No,
Mike,
I'm not married, but I do have my significant other.
Oh, okay. The way you said, like I do got my significant other.
Oh yeah, I do. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. No, I'm good. And one thing I like about my significant other, she's extremely open-minded. She's an extremely open-minded, strong chick, and I just kind of chill on that, So she don't worry about the small. She don't sweat the small stuff, and I'm kind of
yeah,
cool with
she,
that.
she doesn't.
But yeah, she doesn't sweat the small stuff, and she got my back. That's all. When you get my age, which I don't really want to announce on air right now, but I'm older than most people running around on the internet these days.
Sure, you
And
were with Martin Luther King. Imagine.
yeah, when I wasn't with him, I was a kid back then.
Oh,
But
I
What?
thought you.
No way.
yeah, yeah, bro.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
You don't seem like it.
Well, most people don't. I don't look like that. Most people, that's Irma. There's Irma. Yeah, I remember her.
Damn,
She's a
that's
beautiful
crazy.
girl. That soft kind of beauty, but this picture don't do her any justice, bro. She
No,
was much
I
better than
know.
that in person.
Where's
I
she from?
know.
Dubai?
No, Russia.
Oh,
Russia.
damn.
The Russian chick. One thing I like about Russian chicks, and there's a whole lot of white women in America that got that Russian vibe these days. Got mad body, mad face, mad good looks, big blue eyes, big brown eyes. I mean, Russian is just like a machine for beautiful women. It really is a machine, and I like that about that culture. But Irma was one of these soft women, really beautiful. You can't look at her for a long time because you'll start to like her and shit. You get, this is my boy's girl. You start looking at her, you just start liking her. Beautiful girl. And but you gotta, I'm respectful all the time. You know, I'm respectful all the time. I really am.
See, man, I'm fucked up because my parents had me watching James Bond movies as a kid. So that's the reason why I done dated all the women from all over, and I still like them. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, bro. I like all kind of women.
open-minded.
I don't care what color you are, what nationality. If you fine, you my criteria. I don't care. I don't care less what other women think about it or what other people say about it. I can care less.
With me playing tennis, that's what really opened my mind because like my students, the people I play with, they from all over the world. It's not like a
Yeah.
American sport; it's a worldwide sport, and I travel and I be having partners from all over. So that would open me up to traveling because of tournaments and meeting people with all these different cultures, and that was like my first taste of like interacting with people. So
Mhm. Exactly. I
I
mean,
can't help it. What I'm saying?
whatever your entree is into any community, and if it's tennis and you're a brother and you can play tennis, hey, people gonna love you forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there she is, a beautiful girl.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's that goddamn Mr. Bond.
yeah, she looked like a James. She like a Bond girl. That's what
Yeah,
she
she be
looked like.
like Mr. Bond.
Yeah, she looked like a Bond girl. She was a really hot chick. Um, yeah, but any entree you have into any community and people like it, one thing women like are unique guys. They like something unique about the guy. And if a woman finds a unique guy and no other woman has, they're gonna want to have him. What did Eddie Murphy say? He said when a woman walks into a club and she sees a guy she don't say, I want to get a guy like that guy. She says, I want to get that guy right there.
Yep.
You know, that's how women make their decisions for men. I oftentimes, and you see it everywhere. It's not something we are guessing about. This is a reality. Women choose. Women always know if you're going to get laid. They always know. You don't know.
Yeah, it ain't us that's making the choice for real.
Exactly.
You're assuming, you know, like, but,
exactly. You know. They always know you're going to get laid or not. But, you know, but if you don't have any game, chances are you're not going to get laid.
Yeah.
You know, that's just how it works. If you don't have any game, you know, and women, they say they don't like game, but they want a guy to, you know, not sweep them off their feet, but at least, you know, can stand next to them and, you know, have an exchange, a meaningful exchange. And most guys go up with these one-liners and all of that kind of crap. It doesn't work. Shit never worked in the history of the world. I think laughter. Second, bro.
Do you remember the girl we met in Dubai? We were in first class. Then we were taking flight to Dubai, going to a Turkish girl.
Oh my God!
Remember that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a picture of her, but she's not.
You hooked up with that.
No, they will. They will. YouTube will probably delete my channel.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
She was a crazy girl. I mean, when I mean crazy, like a nutcase, you know.
Like nutcase.
Give me
literally.
I'm gonna step away for 1 second, bro. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Be right back.
When I mean a nutcase, bro, she was just, you know, crazy chick, you know, with fun, but just crazy. I mean, she would just.
Hey, I like them nutcases sometimes, you know.
You know, she will call me at any time, like, what do you do? You know, like she was just, you know, I felt like I was being used. You know, she was calling me, then, okay, I'll be back. And then she was, I'm like, oh, that's like, you know, like, I felt like I was a hoe. She can't get a frequently disappear. I'm like, what is this?
Is she from Turkey?
Turkish, bro. She was Turkish, you know, and it was Cemre. Oh, Turkish girl. No, Turkish girl are, if they feel you, bro, you good. You're good. And
I'm gonna be fucked up, man. I'm gonna be like you, man.
Bro, you'd be surprised. And yesterday I was listening to the conversation when we were talking with Sin City. Sin City was saying, like, yeah, you know, some guys say because sometimes we're not in the level of those American chick and this and that. I said, that's not it. I mean, it just the accessibility. It's more accessible. They find it's more accessible. You go to a club in the States. I mean, first of all, the finest woman, you know, she won a basketball player, she won this, she won that. Well, when you're overseas, the truth is, I mean, you have a more amplious choice, you know. It's you know, and then you know, with less hassle, you know. We want something complicated. I'm sorry, and then what his name has said at what is called Gens. Yeah, men are, you know, that's part of being a man. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Oh, you talking about the dude that came on later that be in the motorcycles and shit?
Yeah, he said that's part of us. I'm sorry, you know, I don't see why I should.
Yeah, you can't listen to him.
What's your experience in Russia? Not with women speak, but just how they treat you. Well, here's the thing. In Russia, I felt like it's weird. The young crowd, the young one, are cool. But the old dude, they're the one little bit of the kind of racist, you know what? But I felt it more from the men. Women, they were just they were very approachable, you know. They didn't have no issue, you know. But the men were like the one kind of they had an attitude that they're like, yeah, that's what I found out. Yeah, it's not, yeah. So, but the women were very, I mean, they will. And I was in Kiev, in Ukraine. Oh my God, they will literally wink at you. They will come after you. They will just get your attention. They know what they want, and they don't. That's what I like about them. They're direct, you know.
So yeah, I know I'll have an amazing time, man.
You know, it's a yes or a no. No guessing, you know. That's what I like about it. I'm sorry. I mean, why should I look for something complicated? Yes, no. No, maybe, no, no. It's a
Yeah, they
yes
very
or
direct, aren't they?
so when you get used to it, I'm sorry, I'm like, then sometimes, you go to a place, ask, you try to approach a woman. Once you feel like she has an attitude, I don't insist. I don't have time to, I think this is good when you're in high school. I'm too old to be chasing like this. You should know what you want.
Yeah, I
What
need
you
to know
want.
right now.
Exactly. I'm in the level where you should know what you want. Not about So yeah, and I'm not saying P4P because P4P is just transactional. I'm talking about regular chick that you meet in the club or you meet in the bar. She feel you. You start. A couple of dates. She know exactly what she wants. Not the one that will give you not the one that will give you a hard time for nothing. But she knows exactly what she wants. But she's just playing that. I mean, it should be. I mean, at this level, it shouldn't be a bad game. And and our sister, that's what they are. That's the truth about it. Even in Africa, that's what they are. Complicated sometimes. You're like, damn. You know,
Hey, Raleigh Joe, what countries you been to and which ones you want to go to? Hey, strictly, man, 2025. I'm definitely gonna be in Turkey though. I keep
you
thinking
gotta
about
be. See, look, I mean, why not as African and AA push for multiple wives, bro? Multiple wives is too expensive, first of all, because when you have when you have when you have multiple wives, I mean, you have to be able to maintain them. It's just not cost effective at all. It doesn't make sense. And technically, the way it is, you're supposed to maintain them at the same level. I'm not doing that. It's just mind wrecking. No, yeah, she's average. We didn't say that she's like wow, but she's a 53-year-old girl. She better than the Mark Zuckerberg's wife. I'm talking about people on that level. Think about it. The Zuckerberg and the like and the Bill Gates. He's the one got the baddest girl. She's average, yeah, but she's better than the rest of them. Maybe you have some nerdy girl like maybe they talk about mathematics, solving a question all day. That's what it seems like. But Jeff Bezos look like a fun girl, and they be going on a yacht. They have like a regular life. That's what I like about her. She's really and she's sexy. She's 53. So yeah,
yeah, she cool for him, man.
yeah. Most women work today. Most women work today. Yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree. But exactly. I mean, that's the thing. That's why having four wives doesn't make any sense because before, I mean, the concept of having four wives are ready to take care of them. That's what it was before. It was also a sign of wealth. you know. And then because I mean, I live in the Middle East. I live in Dubai, so I know guys that have the older generation got two, three, four wives, but the new one that don't have that because it's a waste of money. You gotta buy, I mean, four houses, four cars. You have to maintain them same level. If they have kids, they have to go to the same school. You just unless so it does to me doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, man, that's
Do
that's
women
beyond
and
me.
women make sense? Of course, no. Of course it doesn't. But hey, whatever, float their boat, float their boat. Nowadays, if you talk about them, they look at like, So to me, I'm saying neutral on that part. I think it has always been in existence. It's just that now, it just with modernism, it's widely accepted. But I think it's always been in existence, though. This woman and women thing, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
bro.
think. Oh, my
Go ahead.
bad. I
Go
was
ahead.
thinking. I think that all these stuff that people complain about right now has been going on, but just with social media, it's more visible. Like you just now seeing the shit that's happening all over the world. But some people, this shit ain't new. Like I'm not gonna complain. I'm gonna just keep it pushing, do my thing.
If I
Whether
did have
it,
to fight anyone, no, I never had to fight anyone. Never, never had, never had. Because to me, if a guy's gonna come with a shoe, you can keep your girl. I'm fighting over a girl. I'm sorry, you can have her unless she's mine. But a girl I see in the bar, I see the guy, I say, sure, I go for the next one. I'm
yeah,
not
it's
trying to,
too many.
I'm not trying to play the strong guy. But if she's my girl, then you're disrespecting her. Then it's a whole different story. But if it's nobody's girl, then I just say, sure, I keep on walking. I don't have time. I ain't dying over a girl. I'm sorry. Just
In Brazil, a girl will straight kiss you and kiss another dude in like 5 minutes.
if a man is not committed, look to backward thing like women dating women. If man is not committed, they look to backward. Like women. What do you mean, principle? How's that? I mean, commitment. I mean, commitment is like relationship and then lead to marriage and all that. Yeah, have multiple wife and build strong. Yeah, because usually when they do that, because it's part of the Arab culture. I mean, honestly, if you looked at when the monogamous relationship was instituted, I want to tell you which year. Relationship was it started. Hold on. When did monogamy start? I remember it started when it was actually it became a law. I can't remember when it started, but I know men were never made really for monogamous relationship. It's been institutionalized. You think if we're not brainwashed the way we are right now, we had one wife? That is not true. But we were led to believe that it's religious, it's religion inclined, that you have to do this, you have to do that. But when you think about it, I mean, men, they stay, first of all, I mean, they will stay married or they will not do anything because they're afraid of divorce and the laws and this and that. But if you if you think about it, we're not really made for a monogamous relationship because we always, even when you're married, you still look.
Hey, strictly, I got a question. We talking about money and marriage and stuff like that. I'm gonna need a master class on how to protect money overseas. Like
Okay,
how to
okay.
protect it from wives and shit.
Yeah, you have to be overseas. You have to be really what I mean, Spain, Germany, France, Swiss, Mexico, Canada, Ghana, Cambodia, Viet.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Maybe not Cambodia and Vietnam, but
Now,
Thailand, Japan, and Korea.
I'm sorry. I pass on the Asian chick. I just it's just my cup of tea.
But I do want to go to like Bali. But I'm a quarter Korean, so I got family in South Korea that I need to meet and shit. So that's gonna be a huge trip for me. But that's gonna cost a lot of money. Uh, I gotta do it big. It costs a lot more money in South Korea. Shit, Japan. I need to hit up Japan. I need to probably hit up China as far as on some business shit.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
South
trying to
Africa
be
and
like you
also
guys strictly.
yeah. I'm telling you. I mean, when it comes to the best thing to do, of course, you buy your grocery. You eat at home. You get all your liquor, everything at home. So you just go out. Just like once a week, or and if you find yourself, the good thing about it, those places like Turkey, women work, so you can find a nice. Have you heard of Internations?
Nah. Mm-mm.
Let me write it down. It's called internation.org. It's an organization just for expats. So
Oh,
wherever you go to a country, you just subscribe to it. You can subscribe to it right now. It's free, and then you just sign up for free. Then, um, look, I'll show you.
yeah. I need
I
to
want to
see
show you
this, man.
yeah. Hold on. Yeah, it's a very good thing for to meet expat and meet people like professional. And hold on, let me show you. Uh,
Yeah, when I leave in a few months, I'm gonna be really disciplined though, because I got a job. It's not like I'm gonna just be at the beach kicking it, mongering and shit like that. So I think,
okay.
yeah, I think I'm gonna be a little bit better than like a dude that never traveled before. A dude that ain't used to a lot of things, and I'm gonna be there for a long time. It's not like I'm rushed. I'm in a rush to do shit.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see.
Riley Joe, you don't want to keep going to the same spot. Hey man, ain't nothing wrong with it. Like even if you go somewhere for 2 weeks, you still ain't did everything. Like like depending on how big of a place you go. Like if you go to somewhere like Istanbul or Dubai or Rio. Those are huge places, bro. There's no way you could do that in 2 weeks and think you've seen it all. I lived in LA for 3 years and they even see none of that shit. Like it's so huge. I mean, I've seen a lot, but there's a lot more.
Where's this thing? Okay, right here. Look, you see that's internation. You see
International. Okay, internations. Let me type that.
international.org. Enjoy the international experience with few global minds. Connect with others in your city. It's very good. All around the world, everywhere. 420 city. Abu Dhabi, Amsterdam, Barcelona, Beijing, Berlin, Brussels, Budapest, Chicago, Copenhagen, Doha, Dubai, Geneva, Hong Kong, Houston, Istanbul, Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, London, Mexico, Miami, just name them. If you go to international city, look where they are.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere in Africa, look, they're everywhere, you see.
Is Salvador Bahia on there?
Let me see.
Oh, maybe not yet.
But they're Brazil, so I know.
They, they definitely got to have Rio or Sao Paulo in there.
Yeah, they're all the Rio, Sao Paulo, because I've used them when I was in Rio de Janeiro, is right here.
Yep.
So the good thing about that, you just meet people all across the, all across the globe,
Hell yeah, good looking, man.
Oh no, I don't mean I mean because you're African. First of all, they don't know I'm African unless I say I'm African. You know what I mean? And you'd be surprised that, as a matter of fact, overseas African, they're the big spender. Don't get it twisted. Unless they came on a boat from Senegal, but the place where you go to, you won't see them. So if you meet them, I mean, I've met powerful Nigerian. Like I met powerful Gambian. I met powerful Senegalese. So no, there's no such thing as because when you're black, they don't know if you're American, if you're Haitian, if you're Trinidadian. They just know you're a black person. It's also where you are. I mean, the places I go to specific places. When I travel overseas, I always start Marriott, for instance. I always at Marriott hotels. So I will meet people in a business setting. I go to a specific bar, so where you have a certain type of people, because the lower the social class is, the more complicated it is, the more problem you're gonna run into. The higher it is, you end up dealing with people with different mentality. Imagine in Chile, people say Chile is racist. I never felt it. You know, even I was usually the only black guy, but it's the way you carry yourself. I mean, you know what I mean? It's confidence. I never had an issue. Color's never an issue. Never had an issue with color at all. It all depends how you carry yourself. It's you know, I've been doing this thing for so long. I don't know. So I never had an issue. Not, I never had an issue because of being African. I mean, how do they know I'm African? They don't even. They don't know if I'm black. They don't if when you're black elsewhere. Anywhere else. They just don't know where you're coming from, and you'd be surprised. European are used to. As a matter of fact, it's more likely to fight racism in a Latin American country than the European country.
You said in South America than European?
It's more. You're gonna be stared at more in a Latin American country, or kind of played down compared to European places. Like I'm gonna give you an example. In DR, some places you go because you're black or because they think you're Haitian, you might don't get the same treatment. But when you go overseas, I don't feel it at all. I don't even in DR. The reason I don't feel it when I'm in the DR is because where I live. What I drive and the way people see me. That's the only thing. My circle. But and DR is used to black people, so it's not really see. But people, places like Chile, sometimes you hear those comments. I never heard that in Europe because Africa has been in Europe for a long time. They've been coming.
It's
Europe is,
close.
yeah, it's and the truth about Europe, I mean, it's not about color really. It's about social class. If you're a refugee, you gotta be treated like one. That's the sad reality about it. If you're on the street selling, I don't know, selling shoes or selling accessories, you'll be treated as such. So, but if you're in a business setting, you go to business meeting, you go to business club, you go to lounges, so they know where you're coming from. So, to me, I never had an issue with that. Never had. never had. So sometimes when I hear those things, I'm like, yeah, this is new to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I can notice that type of stuff, man. You know, when I travel everywhere I've gone, all the Africans I met were like straight up rich dudes, man. Be dressed fresh as hell. You know what I mean?
I know people have a misconception. Like if you go to London, you go to Harrods, you're gonna see all those rich Nigerian. They be shopping like it's nothing. You know, all those big. When you go to a new neighborhood, we have those new high rises in London. Lots of them are owned by Nigerian, of course. You know the because you know, so it's a misconception that people think that. And like I'm gonna tell you, I mean, you know, when you hear those passports bro talking, I mean, the place I've been to, shit, I've been to Dubai. I mean, the guy spending like there's no tomorrow. He's a Nigerian dude. You know, America can copy with those dudes. Their money is long. When they got money, this guy got long money. Yeah, it's a whole. And then Nigerian love
Traditional
to
money.
flaunt it. When they got money, they love to flaunt it. I mean, Nigerian, shit.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to I'm trying to be first generation rich.
Oh yeah, you can, you're young. You can, yeah. Like you know, if you're born poor, that's not your fault. But if you die poor, that's your fault.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get it though. I gotta figure out how to do this nonprofit worldwide too, man. I think I want to do that. As far as what I do in my hometown, I have like a nonprofit for kids that want to play tennis but they can't afford to do it. But I think
Bro,
about doing
you do
something on
some,
the worldwide.
you do something like this in a place like place where they have real money, like you know, place like Dubai, because some of the kids you get sponsorship from the state, from the city, you get donation, or you can do well. You can do well. You can do well. It's a good concept. You should do that. You should do that. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I probably need to chop it up with you and Mike about that because like I have
Yeah.
no idea. I just have a vision. Like I do it here already in my hometown, but doing it worldwide, that's something different. That I'm not
Yeah.
familiar with.
Just let me know when you're overseas. When you're in Brazil. You know, like I'm always close to that region. I'll stop by and kind of because it's different when you. Like if I go to Brazil, I don't really know anybody. You know, I have to start wandering around. But you know, when you have that's why usually when I travel with Mike because you get more energy when you're with someone who share the same mindset. You know, it's like all of a sudden, you're like you meet women easily. It's
Oh
easier.
yeah,
Yeah, you know, when
got
you by
wingman.
yourself, you said you look like you just you look like a stalker. You know, when you just by the club, you look at women like you look like a vampire, like you just
It
thirsty.
is weird shit being by yourself in a club.
Like you're looking for something, but when you with your body, like both of them, like I've realized that when I'm by myself in the club, I don't get approached, bro. But I'm with a friend, you're talking, then all of a sudden two girls will come by and start talking to you. The next thing or it's three of you guys. And somehow, when it's three, you're not afraid to go and approach women because you don't care about that. It's like, you get that energy. But when it's just you look weird, like just walking around with your bottle or with your glass, looking for like searching for like a predator. I don't like that feeling.
That's facts, man. That's why you see some of these like guys that travel and go streaming by themselves, man. Like they be getting off weird, especially if you live streaming too and you're just by yourself talking to a camera the whole time.
No, bro. That's something I will never do. What I do, I always take short, like like I get up, like I will take like maybe for like 1 minute and then take another 1 minute. But streaming the whole time, you look stupid, bro.
Exactly. Like I would
And
never do that. I'd be like, man,
unless unless you're like in an open area, like in a park, and it's okay. But you in a club just streaming, people look at you. Look at this guy. You like just like and some people feel uncomfortable by that. I remember I was with a dude here in the east part of I went to the east part of Santo Domingo, and then the guy was filming, which crazy people say, no, 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 don't film because some of those guys they got wives. And they want to be on they want to be on the stream looking at they in a club where they told their wife they were in the meeting. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Some people feel like you don't respect the privacy. So me, I just don't like to you look. And first of all, the way I carry myself, I look stupid streaming, bro.
yeah.
I
That make
can't.
you look like what is wrong with this guy? Like what is he
Yeah,
doing?
yeah, like old dude streaming, like yeah, like nah. So I always like things I've put is like you look at scenery, scenic things. I don't like to like record directly. People like straight up recording. Like I don't like to do that. I like to do it from a distance. Like like you just take a look for your personal record, like as a tourist, but not just like streaming like straight for like 15, 20 minutes an hour, or live talking like nah.
I
Unless
know.
I'm visiting like a historical site or like museum, yeah, it makes sense. But in the club streaming, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the only way I'm gonna do that, like if I'm at a museum or like I'm at the beach, like
Exactly, yeah.
there,
But
just
stre-
sipping.
streaming the club the whole time, you look like. But unless you like, but Dubai, like it's normal. You go to like a because there's so many tourists there, so everybody has the phone on. You know what I mean?
Yep.
There it's normal because you have lots of. But some place like in South America, nah. Like I'm gonna go to Sosu and start streaming. They look at me like, look at this dude. What's wrong with him?
Yeah, I think like sometimes when you see these people streaming like that, they just trying to kill time because they really don't have no friends, don't know how to like mingle. Like they got to do something. You feel me? That makes them feel more comfortable. But honestly, like I like to be mingling with locals to where I wouldn't even want to pull a phone out. I'm really trying to engage, create some connections, and be active. Like I want to be too busy to where I can't even live stream. As far as in the daytime.
I agree with you.
Now
Yes.
on a late night, yeah, I'll do it. But shit, if I'm in a spot like Brazil, bro, I'm gonna be busy. Shit.
Yeah, like you by the beach streaming, then it's okay. But I don't like a place where there's like no open space, like in a closed space in a restaurant. Unless you do a restaurant review, stuff like that. You order your food, I'm ordering this, then it's normal. Talking, but yeah, that type of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you just reminded me strictly. I need to get one of them cameras, one of them little pocket. What's they call the Osmo Pocket?
Yeah, also pocket. Yeah, DJI. So yeah.
Yeah, the time will be flying. I'll be leaving in a couple months, so I got to get everything ready.
No, that you need to get one of those things because overseas it's expensive. But I saw a DJI Osmo one, just a basic one in DR that was 320. I remember before I left, I saw it, and it cost 280 in the states. I was like, that's only $40 different. That was like I was surprised to see that. That was actually very competitive the price. I was surprised to see that because the free trial agreement DR has with those places, they have the
Hmm.
price were very affordable. In Dubai, of course, Dubai is like the same price as the United States, no difference. Just exact same, sometimes cheaper. But elsewhere overseas, with those import taxes, can be expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, I know Brazil. They're gonna charge an arm and a leg. That's why I'm trying to get stuff now.
Yeah, because Brazil has that those what they call export taxes, like just for yeah those because they try to protect their own products. So yeah.
Yeah, man, these Osmo Pocket. How much you pay for yours? You said 200 or
No,
three?
no, no. I saw it. No, no. Mine. I bought the kit for. I bought it in Amazon. I can't remember how much it was, but I bought the three.
Okay.
Oh, three. So when I start making some very good footage and like like very very nice stuff, But I saw the basic one. You don't really need anything. I see like $280. I've seen good one. Bro, I got a friend. He does everything with his iPhone 15. He gets some very good footage. You know how to manage. I'm like, you look at it, you think he has like one of those professional camera. That guy use an iPhone to do those things.
Shoot. Yeah, like if you got the upgraded one, you could like zoom in real good. I got the 15, but like in Brazil, I'm not going to be having this phone out.
Yeah, you can be
Uh,
doing that. Yeah,
I got a iPhone 10. I'm gonna use as a regular phone and keep this probably at the house.
yeah, because they have those pickpocket culture. But that's the
Hell
thing,
yeah.
when you
And
live when you live in Dubai for so long, you don't have to worry about that nonsense. You can leave your phone in a restaurant and go to the bathroom, and the phone will stay there intact.
yeah, and Brazil, you just gotta. I mean, like I did have my phone out, but like you got the people that be on the bicycles or on the motorcycles that just come by and snatch it, or like some kids. But
Like
I,
DR.
it's like that too.
Bro, yeah, it depends where you go, bro. You can get your phone snatched, DR, because yeah, but usually tourists stay in specific area. But sometimes, if you wanna be on a budget, you're going to those cheap end, those low end places, or you're gonna be the victim of yeah. Unless in the neighborhood where everybody knows you, you mingle with the local, and the local knows you. They will protect you. That's the thing. How the DR works. If they feel you, you can go to the east part. They don't
Hmm.
care. Back in the DR, it's overrated, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna still go to there one day, man.
Oh no, you
I
have to
want.
check it out just to see for yourself. But to me personally, usually when I'm there is because of the family. But otherwise, and I'm in Santo Domingo, but you get bored or where to go and stuff like that.
Yeah, DR is gonna be a place like a vacation that I just want to like chill. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not gonna be like I'm exploring. Like I just want to relax, hang out
Yeah.
at the beach. I mean, but I do want to go to the city though, because I'm a huge fan of Dembo music. So I want to go to like,
Oh, then if you're fan of Dembo, yeah, you should do it. Then you're gonna have a great time. Oh yeah.
yeah, man. I like that, I like merengue, bachata. So I'm gonna be dancing, uh, being a part of culture, eating the food with the locals. But I'm not going there like you know, like the majority of the guys you see that go there. So it'll be, and I need to play golf too. I'm a huge golfer, so I'm taking my
Okay.
clubs with me.
What's your handicap?
Shit, man. To be honest, right now it's a 12 right now, but
Well,
I'm
I,
trying to
I,
get I'm trying
I
to
thought
get
it
to
was,
single digit.
I thought it was six like Joe Biden.
Hey, for real?
That's what he said. Trump said, "Man, you lying. You never see." Yes,
6.
that's what he said. Trump said, "Man, because Trump, I think, Trump said, they were in, bro. That was so sad. Their debates. I saw some excerpt of it. I was like, wow, we have two relics running for president.
Two
I'm like,
relics.
yeah, bro. And then one is 81, one is 17. I'm like, that's all we got. What about those old dudes? Just.
Hey man, that's why I'm getting more comfortable with being somewhere else. Like
Yeah,
I planned this out a long time ago.
I want like the Macron, like the youth, like young people that can actually do something for but those guys were just like, yeah, you looked at them like, wow.
Yeah, I need to figure out how I could get me like a European passport. So if things go to hell, I can still have good money.
Well,
Good
the cheapest passport to get and quick is the Turkish one.
for real. What you got to do to get that?
Well, you can say with the residency, which is easy. To be a Turkish resident, you need to have you have to buy the state health insurance, and you need to have an address.
So I could just get an apartment basically, right?
Like, you get an apartment, you get a health insurance, then you ask for the what is called the long residency. They will give you a year. After a year, just renew it for another year, and after that, you have to be there for like 5 years, and you can get the Turkish citizenship. So time go by fast, bro. That's so those things that is the easiest way to get a passport if you don't want to spend any money. Or if you're in Brazil, if you want an Argentinian passport, you need to be a resident for 2 years. After 2 years, you get Argentinian passport, which is not buy as a second passport. It's cheap to get too. It's easy to get after 2 years of residency, Argentinian passport. The
Man,
rest of them, you have to invest.
yeah, I definitely want to try to set myself up in case things go to shit around here.
Bro, we don't know what's gonna happen at when this election. Things might take a because Joe Biden is. I mean, you have the choice with a guy that is on his last leg, meaning he's not mentally stable. Then you have the other guy who's a felon. So no much choice.
Yeah, it's unreal. That's all I can say. This is unreal. Like the
Oh,
candidates just
the
like
whole world is laughing at us, bro. The whole planet look at us like, especially the West. They look at the US. They talk all that crap. Look what they got. Joe Biden can't even
Right.
formulate the sentence properly. Then that was sad when I saw the debates. I was like, whoa. At one time, it mumbled something. I was like, what did he just say?
yeah,
Yeah, that
he
hurt me
got
too, bro.
glitches. He needs an
You,
update.
you saw that, right, Mike?
Yeah, I saw the whole debate, bro. I saw the whole debate. But here's one thing I can tell you. I would vote for Joe Biden if his head was in a jar in a laboratory and his foot was in the grave. I would vote for him over Trump because Trump he's an annihilist, and all Trump's care about is Trump. When he was in office, Trump did not pass any major legislation, nothing. All he did was bitch and whine the whole time that he was in office about the media, the press. He called Gold Star families, stupid. He said that people who were in the military who died at Arlington Cemetery were losers and suckers because they got killed. And he said John McCain, a real statesman,
I know that was
was not a war hero. He was a bum because he got captured. Fighting for the country, he got captured. So he was a bum. These kinds of things. And then all he cared about was stealing. Nobody remembers that during COVID, he asked Congress for a $50 billion slush fund. 50, don't take my word. 50, look it up. $50 billion slush fund, to a discretionary fund to use any kind of way he wanted during the COVID crisis. Yeah, he did.
He treated it like a business, like some type of hustle.
He treated it like it was his piggy bank, is what he did. It was a hustle to him. It was his piggy bank hustle. That's why he wants to get back, so he can avoid crime. He can avoid being sent to prison. That's the only reason he wants to be president. So he can avoid being sent to prison. He's a convicted felon with listen, it's illegal for a convicted felon in prison right now to get out and vote. He cannot vote. He lost his right to vote. Did you know that? But you can run for president and have 43 convictions, guilty convictions, and is a felon, but you can run for president. Now tell me, how does that work?
Damn, that's great. That's like some shit you hear about these other countries.
Exactly. Exactly. It's stupidity is what it is. Like I was trying to tell the brother earlier tonight, the Republican Party was the smartest thing they've ever done to take control of America is through gerrymandering, kind of rigging the election by segregating people in different areas of the country so they can command those congressional seats, gerrymandering. And they did something else very smart. Over the past 30 years, they've only worked on the Supreme Court and judges. They put more judges on the bench than anybody else every time. So when things don't go their way, guess what they have? The judges and the judicial branch. And then McConnell, see, people don't remember this. Mitch McConnell told Barack Obama, when it was legally his authority to appoint someone to the Supreme Court, McConnell refused to allow any vote for a nominee. It was supposed to be Neil Gorsuch, not Neil Gorsuch. It was supposed to be the other guy. I think his name. But one of the other Democratic appointees was supposed to be him to the court during Obama, and Obama couldn't get his nominee through the Judicial Committee because Mitch McConnell, the leader of the Senate, would not bring it up for a vote. He said, matter of fact, Mitch McConnell went on television during all of Obama term, his whole 8 years, and said, I will never pass anything or work with Obama on anything. And he didn't his whole 8 years. That's why Obama didn't get a lot done. Because if it doesn't go through the Senate, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be law. It's just going to be executive order. The president is going to say, by executive order, we're going to do this, that which Congress won't allow me to do. And then once his term is over, the first thing the next president does, like Trump when he went in, is killed all of Obama's executive orders. First thing he did. That's the president's right, to kill those executive orders. So effectively wiping away Barack Obama's legacy in the White House. That's what they did. That's all of this is a matter of record. So, I'm looking at all these things very often, and I look at our political environment, and we talk about what's going on, but nobody really knows, how shall I say, how politics in America really work. And what they did was, I mentioned this earlier too, what they did, they dumbed down the education system in the United States. And I don't mean about the doctors and the scientists and the lawyers and the hotel owners and entrepreneurs, not that kind of education. They dumbed down civics, which is the study and the learning about what? About government, how it works. They took that out of the curriculum. Used to be as a kid, you knew civics. As like you're 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and you would learn This is city government. This is local government. This is township. This is the state. This is the federal government. This is how it works. This is how it interacts with people. This is how a bill is. History they've taken off. Political science in the early years we used to get as a kid. Now you can only get it in college. Why did they do that?
Oh,
If
really?
people don't know how politics work, if they don't know how politics work, every Republican administration, and listen, I'm not Democrat nor am I Republican. I've never been either. Never. I vote for who I like, and that's that. That's it. Nothing else. I could care less about all that party crap. But I can tell you this. The policies enacted by the Republican Party over the past 20, 30 years have been to control the judicial branch, to gerrymander the legislature, and to control the White House through the Electoral College, which is a vestige of the slave era when blacks equaled 3/5 of a vote. They had to have the Electoral College in play so blacks couldn't have too many votes in those states because they knew that blacks hated the Southern whites who were running in those states, and there would never be any real representation for the Democratic Party back then, because back then the Democrats were the racists and the bigots, and the Republicans. Matter of fact, Lincoln freed the slaves. He was not a racist. He was a Republican. Now the Republican Party has reversed roles. So did the Democratic Party. They became one another. Democratic Party now champions the people, and the Republicans champions the dollar and the rich. It was the opposite back during slavery. That's what happened. So when we look at our political system, the best way to control any society on the planet is to make them dumb, and then oftentimes stupid, because stupid will go along with anything. But the difference between stupid and dumb, there are two differences. When you're dumb, you can learn, and you cannot be dumb again or about that anymore. That's it. Or you become a real proponent for something great when you're dumb and then you're made smart. When you're stupid, you can't fix stupid, and stupid people are dangerous. That's the difference. Stupid people will go on a muck that whatever they're thinking is correct when it's furthest thing from the truth, because they have no knowledge about its inception, the reason why things happen, and they have no experience really with making those kinds of critical decisions, because stupid people are incapable of making critical decisions. Even doctors. There are a lot of doctors out there who can sit there and figure out, if this artery is bleeding, I will cap it off over here, stretch it out, sew it in, let it start to pump blood, and watch it and do some surgical feat, some magnificent surgical feat. But when you ask them, what are the three branches of government, they can't tell you. They can't tell you that it's the legislative, the executive, and the judicial branches. They can't say it like that. Well, you got Congress, you got, the president, and you got, the judges. That's what they'll say. Or maybe not even that. 9 out of 10 people, look at the latest polls. 9 out of 10 people, if you ask them how a bill is brought to Congress and how it's passed, they cannot tell you. 9 out of 10 Americans cannot tell you. But everybody on taking the citizenship test can tell you that, because it's on the test. But Americans don't know it. It's a damn shame. And we have the luxury of not knowing. Society made it easy to be dumb. Not dumb like in, I'm so dumb I can't get something done. No, dumb in politics, dumb in history, dumb about what your rights are, dumb about what the talking heads are saying. That's the problem in America. People are dumb on both sides. The only thing I love more about the Democrats than the Republicans is they really do care about the people. They really do. And there's some staunch advocates, some real leadership, and some real people getting stuff done in Washington, D.C. right now. But they're demonized by who? The Republicans. If you notice, whatever Trump is guilty of, he'll say somebody else is guilty of it first before somebody called him guilty of it. It's a strategy. It's a psychological hack that most grifters and con artists use. They tell you things like, and everybody knows that nobody likes coffee on Thursdays. Everybody knows that. Come on now, you know that. Everybody knows. When you hear that term, somebody says everybody knows, always question, who knows? Explain to me, where can I find this information? But people don't challenge anymore. No one challenges a thing. And that's what's happening to our political system. Nobody challenges. They listen to the talking heads. And next thing you know, the wrong person's in the White House. We have World War III for sure. Yeah, people just lie straight. I heard in the debate last night, Trump said that he advocated for the $35 for insulin, for lowering the prices of insulin for the seniors. It was at $500-600, a month for seniors. Now it's $35 cap per month for seniors in the United States. And Trump said he did that, and they fact checked him. As a matter of fact, Trump was trying to make them charge more money than the $600 or $700 that they were paying a month. It's a matter of public record. So look at everything Trump said last night. Read between the lines. I don't care if Joe Biden was half dead. He was a decrepit old man when he became president. He's still a decrepit old man. But don't take my word for it. No one listen to this. Don't take my word, because I'm just, a liar to you if you don't agree with me. And I'm telling you the truth if you have a modicum of understanding. Don't take my word. Just look it up. Look it up. Every single thing that Trump said last night was a lie. And that's the guy we want to entrust as president of the United States. Think about that for a minute. Every single thing, and all of his sycophants and his acolytes, people who want to be like him, who just suck up to him, all they care about is him being in power. He said on day one, if he's reelected as president, he will be a dictator. He said that publicly. He's already said it. He already told people what he's going to do. And they're still clapping him along, sending him millions of dollars. So you tell me about that. Think about it. Just tell me about it. And then they get these big corporations that donate money to him, dark money. And, he says, well, Trump raised $50 million in a night, after he was convicted. The corporations did that, not the people. They did that. People don't see through that. The corporations raised that money. Don't $5, $10 donors did that for Trump. They took credit for it. But read the actual financials. Read the Republican Party or their campaign finance. Read it. Look it up. They came from big donors, bro. It was a plan to make America think the people support Trump, when in fact it was the corporations that did it. Oh yeah. Look at this. There's a channel on Instagram. It's called Republican Voters Against Trump. I think it's called Republican Voters Against Trump. Yeah, Republican Voters, RVAT. RVAT. I think it's on Instagram and YouTube. Every day there are thousands of ex-Trump voters saying they can never vote for him again for the variety of many reasons, from January 6th insurrection to holding the Bible the way he did when he cleared out the square in front of the White House and shoved people and tear gassed them so he can get a photo out with a Bible, to you name the egregious thing that Trump did. They're hating him for it. Ex-Republican voters who voted for him. Go check it out. I was blown away. Every day I look at one or two or three of these and I just laugh, because people, even ex-Republican voters, are saying, not in the life of me would I ever vote for Trump again. And their communities are starting to feel the same way. So what I think the media is doing is hyping Trump so they can sell tickets to the circus until the actual election. I think the polls are skewed in favor of Trump, so people can think there's a relative chance for Trump to become president again. But in reality, I think on election day, people are going to vote for Biden because they want to sleep at night. They don't want to be in another war. Trump says he wasn't at any war, had any terrorist problem. Look it up. There was so many terrorist incidents under Trump, it wasn't even funny. He just didn't talk about them. He didn't care. He didn't become a part of it. Not because they didn't happen. It's because if you don't give it any attention, in his head, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. He was convicted 43 times for sleeping with a porn star while his wife just gave birth to his son, Barron. Think about that for a minute. Just think about it. Now, a lot of men commit adultery. That's okay. But this guy
Mike,
was, yeah.
I don't agree. So you think I'm unfit to be president?
Well, maybe not president. You could be a congressman. We'll make you a congressman or a senator, not president.
Because I did the same thing Trump did?
No. That's not the point. The point isn't
No, no,
whether
no,
you
no,
do it or not. The point
no, no,
is that he no, and I agree. But no, let me explain to you because I did say that kind of loosely. All men do that. Kennedy did it. Clinton did it. I can name a bunch of Democrats that did it. Oh yeah. I mean, men of power just forgive me. They fuck. That's what they do. I'm sorry. But he did it in the face of saying he's a Christian and he has conservative values and he's a good man and whatever he did was locker room talk and that the evangelicals support him and all of that. He did it under in the name of God is what he was saying. That he wasn't that kind of person, but in fact he was. So you can pay lip service all you want to politicians, the people, the constituencies. You can pay a lot of lip service to these people, but it's still bullshit. It's still a lie.
Look
And
at the question. Were you
yeah.
doing better under Trump?
What am I gonna do? Vote for Trump? What you say?
No, look at the question on the screen. Someone asked you.
Hell no. Matter of fact, Trump had the absolute flattest economy in the history of the United States. I know you think you were doing better because Obama, remember, every fiscal responsible president in the world since the history of the United States, it normally takes 3 to 5 years for presidential fiscal policy enacted during his term to take effect. That's why presidents always do their fiscal and tax reductions and tax increases and all of that stuff during their first term because it takes 3 to 5 years, sometimes on into their second term, in order for those fiscal things to fiscal issues that they develop and pass to take effect. It's not just like an overnight thing. Well, we're going to tax you 33% instead of 28%. That takes years to enact. It takes years to apply. It takes years to get to the budget office of the United States, the accounting budget office, and all that stuff. CBO. It takes years. So Obama's legacy was a strong economy. Trump inherited 8 years of a strong economy from Obama. That's why people felt good about the economy during Trump's stead until, of course, right away, COVID hit. If COVID had not hit, and what COVID did, it flattened the economy. Yes, it did. But it was already on its way to a recession. And the only reason they didn't have to raise interest rates or lower interest rates, like Larry Kudlow was saying on the news the other day, the only reason they didn't because nobody was spending money. Nobody was borrowing money. Everything was closed. They didn't have. They had the lowest borrowing rate from the Fed Reserve and the banks in history. That's why the economy remained flat. It was not a good economy. It was the flattest economy in the entire history of the country. As a matter of fact, Trump spent $13 trillion during his presidency. His first 4 years, Trump spent, I think it was 8 or 9 trillion in his first 4 years, and then the COVID money on top of that, plus the tax incentives of 2 trillion. So he spent all of that money in his first 4 years. Biden, to date, spent like two point some odd trillion, maybe $3 trillion at the end of his first term. Biden. So no, the economy was not good. It's just there was no economy and everything was stagnant. The prices, everything. Then all of a sudden, the corporations did what? They started raising their prices, saying, "Oh, we have supply chain problems. Oh, we have more tariffs now. Oh, we have more taxes. Oh, we have this." So they raised their prices arbitrarily. Then all of a sudden, everybody's raising their prices. Because why? Because Trump set it up where companies can just raise their prices. So during the pandemic, everybody was fleeced. They got their little $600 or $800 or whatever it was from the U.S. government, and they spent that money on food. And the most gouging entities on the planet were U.S. corporations. They stuck that money right back into their pockets. Every bit of those trillions of dollars went into the pocket of those corporations. The renters raised their rents. While during COVID, they raised rents. They had to talk about a moratorium and put together all kinds of things to stop people from raising rent. Remember those conversations they were having during COVID? Everybody was greedy trying to get theirs. Gas stations, everybody. That was the problem. So that's trillions of dollars thrown down a black hole. But it really wasn't a black hole. It was just corporations' way to say, we own the government, and they will do as we wish. Because the people don't listen to each other anymore, so they might as well listen to us. And since we have the biggest propaganda machine, television commercials, and all of that. So no, the economy was 10 times worse than it is today. It just didn't affect your bottom dollar yet because those years hadn't passed to whereas it would affect you. Now you're feeling the weight of Trump's presidency on your back, and you're blaming Obama because he's in the hot seat right now. I'm not an Obama, but Biden. You're blaming Biden because Biden's in the White House. That's it. You're just giving him a blame for everything fiscally irresponsible that Trump did while he was in the White House. So no, Trump economy was terrible.
If you saw the debate,
Yeah, I saw the debate. I saw every word of it. I listened to every word.
Biden need
Yeah.
to pass the torch, bro.
You know what? Biden did need to do that. I think that Gavin Newsom would have killed Trump. He would have just stomped all over him. And Gavin's a sharp politician. I really wanted Biden to step aside, him and Kamala, step aside and let Gavin Newsom go. I think he could be a galvanizing entity. The only thing that I don't like about Gavin, and I've liked Gavin for many years, and anybody who knows me will tell, even before Biden was president and even during Barack Obama, I thought that would be the next guy to challenge Biden, but he didn't, out of loyalty to the Democratic Party. He should. But plus, it's because of all the people living on the streets in California and all the controversy with that, and him having been governor and still governor out there right now, that reflects badly on him. And that could have been a divisive issue for Trump and made him win the election over Gavin Newsom. But that wasn't his fault. Gavin Newsom inherited that from who? A Republican governor who we all love, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He inherited all that. And he's having to clean that up and work with those people. And all of that legislation was put in place by the Republicans, not the Democrats. It was put in place by them. And that's why California is so bad now. And then the Democrats are just being blamed for it like everything else. They just be blamed for what Republicans do during their administrations while they're in power. They go in, they gut the government, they gut everything. They take it, they slash and burn as much as they possibly can. Then they leave. Look what Clinton did after Bush. What did he do? He balanced the budget for the first time in the 20th century. The balance was budget, or the budget was balanced. First time in the 20th century. First time. He balanced it and left Bush a $200 billion surplus. Oh, who was it that came in after him? He left. The first Bush, it was bad. Then the second Bush comes in. He gets it. And with the wars in Afghanistan, the war in Iraq, and the wars in all these different places that Bush 2, he started, he wiped that $200 billion out the way and added $1 billion a day through his entire presidency, plus the cost of the military and the cost of all the war, to a tune of several $1 trillion just on those wars. That's what he did. None of what I'm saying is false. You can just read about it. It's everywhere. But people don't read anymore. They rather hear some idiot on television tell them how to feel and tell them what to think. And that's why. But no, the economy during Trump was just flat. There was no movement, no growth, no loss, because no money was moving. A lot of value was lost. And then when they started giving COVID dollars away, the economy picked up because of that. They started giving the COVID money, not because there were more jobs. Matter of fact, Donald Trump, don't take my word for it again. Look it up. Donald Trump is the only president since Herbert Hoover, named after the Hoover Dam. Since Herbert Hoover was in office, he's the only president that lost jobs while in power or in administration. The only president in the history of the United States that lost jobs. And they say, well, it's because of COVID. It shouldn't matter. You didn't have to lose those jobs. You could have set not even a moratorium. You could have just made a presidential order that no company can fire anybody during a national or international crisis. You will continue to pay wages. The government will subsidize those wages to keep everybody at work, keep the economy going. Instead, they threw $700, $800 at everybody and told them to go piss in the wind. That's what happened. Those COVID dollars injected the boost in the economy, and it started to revive it. It wasn't the people. The people, as soon as they got $700 and they hadn't received any money, and 20, 30, 40, 50 million people were laid off or fired because of COVID. Come on now. The first thing you're going to do is go out to the store and spend it. And all the manufacturers and all of the retailers and all of the big business in America made a killing as a result. That's all that was. That was a planned coup of our financial system. That's why people think they did better, because they got a little taste of money when they didn't have any money, and everybody was spending money, and the prices did go down a little bit, like by maybe 0.25%. But that's it. It wasn't like some, oh my God, those were the good old days. Gasoline was great and great priced, and that's all bullshit. Just look back, do your history. But if you hear it 1,000 times that it was great, you're going to start saying, oh, yeah, that was a great economy. And that's what's happening with both parties. They both have these myopic memories that they look back on whatever the hell the event was, and they only show their version, their biased version of that event. Because what do? They want to sway the voters. They want to sway the people to believe their bullshit. That's it. Nothing else. It doesn't matter if they're telling the truth or not. What did Kellyanne Conway call it? Alternative facts. The truth now is an alternative fact, which is another term for lie. So that all happened under Trump. Come on now. So when people ask me these questions, because I do my homework and I read everything I put my hands on and I listen to everybody speaking and I discern things, I use critical thought instead of linear thought. I think that I'm right, but it doesn't matter if I'm right if everybody believes that you're wrong. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if I'm standing in the ocean of whole right people, but the masses believe that I'm wrong because somebody on Fox or Newsweek or not Newsweek, Newsmax or one of those stations told them that they were right. It doesn't matter because they don't have the capability of discerning between what I'm saying and what they're saying. They figure he's rich, he's on TV, he must be right. That's how they go. That's how it goes. So we got to be careful with what we ask for. We want Donald Trump in the office. If that's what we really want, and he gets in the office, and next thing you know, people are being beheaded in the streets, or they're being shot by the police, or they're being corralled up like they were before, at the border and put in cages, kids in cages. All that happened. The Latino population in the United States support Trump fervently. They support Trump. Yet Trump has done everything he possibly could to stop them from coming into the country, to speak down to them, to talk about them. Went to Puerto Rico during a hurricane disaster and threw out paper towels in the crowd to people who didn't have water. He threw rolls of paper towel at them, bounty paper towels. Ridiculous. And these people were asking for federal money and federal aid. Till this day, Trump didn't give them anything but pittance. Till this very day. Said because the mayor was a Democrat, he didn't want to give her anything. These are his words. Don't take my word for it. Millions of people over there dying and being hurt and devastated from the hurricane, and he could care less. Yet that population vote for him no matter what. At the border, they treat Mexicans like animals and any other brown nationality that comes through the border. They do. They treat them like animals. Yet they get here, they get the citizenship. First thing they vote for is a strong man, a Republican. That's the first thing they do. I don't understand that philosophy to save my life, but you should want to advocate for someone who's going to better or ameliorate your future. But that doesn't always occur. So I don't understand that either. I really don't get that.
There's a question for you.
Sure.
You see it?
Yeah. Do I think Biden will be the front runner for the Democrats, or will he switch out during the convention? A noble thing to do. Let's use the word nobility kind of loosely here, but a noble thing for Biden to do is to pass the torch and secretly arrange for his delegates to well, there's no more conventions, by the way, but you're talking about through the next debate. The Democratic convention over, they already have their nominee. But if somehow or another he can claim that his health is in decline and he knows that he's not going to probably make it, so he want to retire and spend out the rest of his years with his family and nobly back out, I would wait until there's an uptick in my polls before I did that, because Trump will get a landslide if he did it while his numbers are down. But I would wait and I would just pass the torch, not to Kamala Harris. I would end my administration because I think people would vote for Trump if Kamala Harris is there, because it would be a white man against a black woman. They will vote for Trump. Even black men will vote for Trump. And it's a shame that we do that, but that's what happens. However, I think that Biden should find a respectable and noble way, because I don't think he's going to live to 86 years old. I don't. And everybody's afraid that he won't, and then Kamala Harris will become president. I personally think Kamala Harris is amazing, but she's been treated so poorly in Washington, and they have such a collective understanding of her ineptness and uselessness, which is untrue, that it's hard to, unring that bell. It's just almost impossible. But I may have a Democratic bias because I care about people who are doing something for people, bro. A little. Okay, yeah, right. You're right. In Houston, Texas, those 2 little girls were killed. You're right. Yeah. But what about the hundreds, if not thousands? We're on like our 600 mass shooting in America. Well, white men go out, Republican Party, 98% of them go out and shoot up shopping malls and shoot up Las Vegas strips and shoot up, train stations and department stores and say, oh, something must be mentally defective. Let a Hispanic man or a black man go on top of a building and start shooting people. He's a fucking criminal. He should be dead. Not, there must be some mental instability going on. That's just another way for people to hide behind the fact that some idiot fucking migrant or immigrant come into the United States and he kills a couple people, and he probably killed a couple people in Mexico, a couple in Nicaragua, a couple in El Salvador on his way. He probably, or in his same tribe of people that made it in that, what y'all call a caravan, to the border. What's going to stop him from killing? What's going to stop him? The other people, and he's only a small micro part of the population. But what happens to all the thousands of other people who actually do right? And there's less incident of crime with members of the immigrant community than any other community in America, even with those deaths. There's more incidents of crime and gunshots and killing kids and killing innocent people in white America and black America than any other place. So that's a false equivalency. And I love it when people bring up these stupid things. I mean, it's not stupid that these girls were killed. It's stupid that you try to equate that migrant killing with the thousands and almost 100,000 people so far in the last few years that have been killed in mass shootings alone. From white people, 99.999% of that. You don't talk about that. What about that?
Yeah,
the whole political system right now is based on whataboutisms. It's a new ism that is the public system. They like whataboutism. So you say, hey, the building's on fire over here. But then somebody else screams, well, what about the building that's not on fire over there? That's what you're trying to do with this conversation. You're trying to hijack this conversation and make it about stupidity. So what? This guy killed those girls. Not because he killed them, I'm saying so what, but so what about that statistic that's not representative of that entire community? It's not.
That is correct.
And so that's a shame that when people do that. That's called stupidity. That's dumb. You can learn not to be that dumb to say those kind of things. You can learn that. It's okay. But don't try to impress upon people that, oh my God, yeah, those migrants, yeah, they're killing people. They're not. Find some more statistics. Okay, let's say 100 migrants went out and killed 150 people. That's nothing in comparison to the hundreds of thousands of people that die in America by each other's hands every day. More people die in America by each other's hands than any war on the planet right now. Right now. There's not a war on the planet that generates more deaths than the U.S. due to itself just in mass shootings. Doesn't exist. So who are we to say, oh my God, he killed this girl? Of course it was a heinous crime. Of course, if I had been anywhere near, I would slit that guy's throat. He wouldn't even make it out of wherever the hell he was. I'd slit his throat, throw me in prison. But there's a damn disparity here, bro. People like to be small-minded about their issues and big-minded about their politics. They want to be real small-minded, and so what about, black people on welfare? They're just eating up society money. 70% of the people on welfare in the United States are white. But you want to look at the black community and say, oh, welfare queens and people living in the ghetto with a Cadillac. Well, you got a whole lot of white people on 70% of all people in America are on welfare that are on welfare are white. Nobody talk about that. What about this? What about those black people? What about those Hispanic people? What about those Asian people? Everybody says. But they don't look at themselves. And there's a reason why. If you ever look up the term, it's called Dunning-Kruger. Look up the Dunning-Kruger effect. It is impossible for people, and especially a group of people, to look bad upon themselves because we have inherent biases. It's almost impossible for us to, or white people, to, or any culture for that matter, to look at themselves and be unbiased. It's almost impossible. That's why constructive criticism is important in any society. You should be able to criticize people and right those wrongs and elevate yourself to a higher level of understanding of self. But we can't do that collectively because mob mentality and groupthink, kicks in. And people start believing every manner of nonsense while they're trying to evaluate or self-evaluate. Dunning-Kruger basically says that if you think you're the smartest person in the room, chances are you're the dumbest. If you think you're the dumbest person in the room, chances are you're the smartest. Because it's impossible for you without bias to say, I'm the greatest, I'm the best, unless you know you're the best, because you're the best fighter. You're the Roy Jones Jr., or you're Michael Jackson sing a song, or you're Barbara Streisand doing a duet. Yeah, you're the greatest. But that has also a lot to do with self-confidence and ego. But in reality, when it comes to politics, and this is the most important part, people don't ever want to say, I'm wrong. I was wrong. That's why I like Republican voters against Trump. Yeah, that's what it's called. RVAT. Republican voters against Trump. I like that, not because I want Trump to be disavowed. He disavowed himself a long time ago. He did. All the crimes he committed, and he even said it on national TV. It's not because I want him to be disavowed. It's just that what's right is right. It's correct for people to say, okay, I need to reconsider why I voted for him, and now let me take inventory. People don't do that. What about the girls? What about Kamala Harris is black. She's an ex-Spelman grad, bro. She's black. She's just a light-skinned black. See, they say stuff like this, nomadic. You don't know. If you knew, my father, bro, if you knew if you stood all the black people together in the world and put them in a line from darkest to light, you would see white people at the beginning. Period. They're light-skinned black people so fair that back in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, they had this society called the Blue Vein Society, started by black people and white people. Light-skinned black people and and real fair white people got together and said, we need a way to get more blacks into mainstream America, which is a good cause, but they called it the Blue Vein Society because all you had to do was be able to show your veins at your wrist. If you could see your veins, you were in. If you could see green veins, you were in. It was another racist policy of America. Look up the Blue Vein Society. Bro, trust me. There's some white people out there that look black, and there's a whole lot of black people out there that look white, and they claim black. So just wrong. Just because you see one guy stand up or two guys stand up like Tim Cook at the senator from South Carolina. Everyone saying Tim Cook? No, that's Tim Scott. Tim Scott, forgive me. That's Tim Cook at Apple. But Tim Scott.
Because, Kamala Harris' dad is actually Jamaican American, and the mother
exactly,
and the mother is Indian.
Straight up black chick.
That's funny how they say that the one drop rule apply to some and apply not if it's convenient doesn't apply to the other group.
Exactly. So they can perpetuate the myth. Bro. That's all that is. The guy who said that probably don't even believe it. But he knows one thing, that it's a bone of contention with a lot of people. And it's controversial. And people will actually lean his way of the same persuasion. He knows that. Or against his persuasion, oftentimes, he knows that too. So he has a win-win scenario by making this statement. And we, as black people, we buy into this bullshit every time. Like, oh yeah, she could what? She's American, black, white. Michael Jackson, he really isn't black. Somebody in his family got to be white. I used to hear that Prince got to be a little white in him. I used to hear that all the time. But the law Under Jim Crow, just for historical correctness and factualness, during Jim Crow, if you had 4% black in your blood, you were considered black in America. Period. You were excluded from everything with 4% black. And they had some calculation that they could do other than DNA back then, where they could count how many white people you have, how many black people in your side of the family you have, and that determined what percentage you had. That's why the Blue Vein Society and others determined that. It was like a Nazi organization for black people so they can ostracize themselves from other black people and still be segregated against by white America, never having been accepted anywhere. That's why you hear a lot of yellow and high yellow and lighter skinned blacks in the United States always whining about we're not accepted on the black side, we're not accepted on the white side. That's not your doing. You didn't do that, yellow people. You didn't do that. Light skinned, high yellow, you didn't do that. White people and black people did that to you. Black people were right to do it to you, though. If you're going to leave your own culture and race to assimilate somewhere else without recognizing backwards your culture, yeah, they should shit on you too. I agree with that. But white people set up the trap again for those golly gee niggas that went over there and did that. They set it up so the brothers and sisters couldn't come back to their own community and could only exist in white America in a certain role. And if they pass for white, oh, they were the heroes of the revolution. But they can no longer affiliate themselves with black people. They started to look down on black people. They started to think it was the black people's problem that the communities were bad, when it was the government, the U.S. government, that gutted the black communities across the nation. Not black people. They gutted it. You don't have any institutions in a black neighborhood. Guess what? There's no commerce. There's no commerce. There's no opportunity. There's no opportunity. There's no people of caliber, doctors, lawyers, butchers, bankers, banks, insurance companies. They all moved out into where? Mainstream America. Most 95% of all businesses moved out of the black community in one period of time, one fell swoop. And when that happened, we left vacuums open all over the country. And that's why every downtrodden area in the country, in the United States, will never get better. Because the U.S. government, when they told black people they could no longer get loans for those areas, guess what the U.S. government did? Don't take my word for it. Guess what they did? They said, but we will allow Chinese and Indians, specifically, Chinese and people of the Indian persuasion, to get loans in the downtrodden neighborhoods. And some whites could get loans in that neighborhood, but they had to go to their white bank or an approved bank for the Indians and Chinese in those downtrodden black. And that's why you see all the convenience stores and gas stations in black neighborhoods, Pakistan, Indian, Chinese. That's why you see that, because they can get loans there. But a black man in his neighborhood could not get a loan to go back into his community and reinvest that money back into his community. It will not be approved. And those that are approved are on some type of affirmative action or DEI program, but not, and since they've outlawed that affirmative action and DEI, I can't see many more being approved. Because mainstream America has a tradition of decades since Jim Crow of not giving any money to underserved America, especially underserved black communities. That's why they wait for the communities to get so low. As a matter of fact, the government has a plan, has an ongoing plan right now in just about every underserved community in America, where they let people go get loans and go buy up these properties. And since it's in a condemned area, they can make money on the condemnation of those properties in that. And so they make more money keeping the neighborhood a slum because the U.S. government subsidizes that. The white owners and some black owners have taken advantage of this too. They go in and buy all the properties and get subsidies from the government to fix them up. They never fix them up. They keep the money, put it in their pocket, and that's the end of that conversation. So you want to know why these areas of the country are an eyesore and they're downtrodden, the people are uneducated and they're without resource or hope or jobs? That's why. Because the U.S. government has backed it since the inception. And the one thing Biden is doing that Obama tried to do and couldn't do because the Senate would not back anything he wanted to do since his whole 8 years in office. The one thing Biden is doing is trying to get every community, because there's a whole shitload of white underserved communities in America that white America overlooks too. Black people are not the only people in, there's an old saying that says it's hard being objective when you're the one on the ground being kicked in the mouth. And black people are not the only people on the ground being kicked in the mouth these days. White people are too. Hispanics are too. Asians are too. There's just no collective understanding of how to combat this and work together on it. Because there's enough people in these communities, they could change America overnight. The underserved people in America could change America if they start studying their politics and understanding what they want and need for their communities as a collective group. Change America, period. So I'm just saying to you, you can talk about the immigrants, you can talk about Kamala Harris, you can talk about being mixed or not mixed. That doesn't matter. I'm mixed. But I've been a black guy my whole life. Let me get on the elevator next to you. You'll move to the left and think I'm going to take your wallet or your purse. You'll move out of my way. Let me get on a plane and sit in first class and watch how you sneer at me as I'm sitting in first class. Like I don't belong there. I understand racism and prejudice when I see it, bro. So don't tell me she's mixed. Go to Israel. When I was in Israel, I went to Israel. I've been all over the Middle East. I'm in the Middle East right now. I was in Israel, and I'm not there a day. And I'm walking down to the train, and as I'm going down to the train, I was surrounded by police. Secret police came up to me. I'm kind of an ominous kind of guy too. I look like I've killed people, a little bit, I guess, because they felt that, and they said, "Hey, we need to take you in." They took me because they thought I was a terrorist on the ground in Israel. They had been watching me since I've been there, and I always felt somebody was like following us. But when they figured out that yes, I had the potential to do damage in Israel, but I'm a former Special Forces Green Beret. I'm former U.S. Army Ranger, military. Been on many combat missions in my life. I've done so many different things. Yeah, I could do damage. I'm one of those guys that you see on TV that play like they're doing damage, but I'm one of those guys that did damage. But they were right in selecting me. They really were. But it wasn't based on my demeanor. It was based on my color, because I have this kind of pecan bronze look, especially when I'm in the sun. So I looked like I was Arab, walking the street freely, having fun. And they wanted to know why. And I don't think it's their fault. I think they should have been precautions. They should have been cautious in taking precautions. I think they should have, absolutely. But the way it was done, you would think that they had, like a command center, and they had groups watching me. And then as soon as you get to this mark, converge on me. It was crazy. Oh yeah. So, been there, done that. I understand that from a whole nother perspective. But Kamala Harris, so what? She's bitch. I bet she's kicked out of the White House this term. I bet if she leaves the White House, I guarantee you she's a nigga. I bet everybody who thought she was mixed, and she's a nigga now. But since she's in the White House, she's okay. I remember Tina Turner in Switzerland said, what did she say? I lived in Switzerland for a while. This is when I was there without you, Strick. But I remember meeting Tina Turner, and she knew my cousin, Jimmy, who was a concert promoter. And he had promoted her in concert many times over the years. And she said, people here think I'm white. I said, because she got that lighter skin as she got older. And we were cracking up, just kind of listening to it. And she said about the U.S., she said, and they got it from the U.S. I transcended color. I made a lot of money. I became famous. People loved me. I sang with Mick Jagger and all these types of people. Next thing you know, I'm white. I'm accepted as white. And she said, that just broke my heart. That it had to be that way. Tina Turner. Yeah. So, I can go on and on and on about the mix shit. It doesn't mean a thing. Because at the end of the day, what did Chris Rock say on stage? He said, there's a busboy with one leg and one eye in the kitchen, in the back, washing dishes, got no hope but life whatsoever, and he wouldn't trade places with me. I go back there, nigga, and I say to the white busboy, trade places with me. I give you all my money and fame and everything else. And he said, the white boy said to him in Harvard, nah, I think I'm going to ride this white thing out and see where it takes me. You get it? People know who are white. They don't have to contend with what black people and other people of color deal with. They don't. Now, in underserved America, They do. They really are straight up becoming niggas. And they, at their own word, it's not my word. I watch white boys holler at each other, nigga, nigga, nigga. I'm like, what? What? I've seen it with my own eyes and heard it. But there, if you're underserved in America, there's always going to be a higher propensity for people to disassociate or ostracize you. So you become a part of the underserved community. And you will always be underserved. That's what it means. You're not being served as American. People always say, oh, yeah, you got to work hard for the American dreams and all that old crap. Well, you also have to be sleep to be dreaming. You got to be sleep to be dreaming. How many people you know have achieved the American dream compared to how many people you don't know who have achieved it? Now, most foreigners achieve it because they don't come with the stigma. They don't come with the stigma of America, of the, of Jim Crow kept me down, or the man got me, or the deep state, or some other bullshit. They're not trammeled by that. They're no obstacle for them. They don't care about that. Foreigners come to the state, they get their money together, they get their plan together, they get business. I remember you had a luxury car company in DC, bro. I remember that. You had a luxury car company. You came in. Yeah, I think you was still just getting out of college. You had a luxury car company, some shit like that.
That's correct.
So yeah, so you weren't worried about Jim Crow and Martin Luther King fighting for me and the white man this and the man that, and you weren't worried about that crap. We do. We black people worry about that crap. I've never cared about that. When I went to Central America, before I went to Central America, intelligence arm of special forces asked me what language I wanted to speak. What would I apply for? So I took this test called the DLAB test, Defense Language Aptitude Battery. Scored off the chart on this thing. So I could pick any language I wanted. I liked Hispanic women. I used to watch them in Spanish movies and go, I like that. I wish I understood what the hell they were talking about. So as soon as I got an opportunity, I went, yeah, I want to learn Spanish. I was told by 50 people, at least, at Fort Bragg, man, you're making a big mistake. Brothers will get killed down there rather quick because, Central South Americans don't like black guys. They don't like them. They'll kill you, bro. I said, nah, I ain't worried about that shit. I'm going. I went to Defense Language 2. I went to Range School. Well, I went to Defense Language 2. Then I went to Scuba School. And then I went to Ranger School. And then I went down to Central America. When I got there, I was the second best Spanish speaker on my team and went on more missions than just about you can count. And wherever I went, the only person they wanted to talk to was me. The person they wanted to deal with was me. The person they wanted translating was me. The person they wanted to go out on the missions that night with them was me. Not because the white boys did anything bad, but they had never seen me. I was an anomaly. I was like, wow, a black guy. Come on, let's go. And then another brother came in by the name of Juan. He came in from Puerto Rico, black guy. Much darker than me. He was on everything that moved because everybody just welcomed black guys everywhere we went. I thought that it would be the opposite because that's all I knew. That's all I was told. And that was so far from the truth. It's just like in Africa. A lot of Africans in Africa now believe that black people in America got everything, the land of milk and honey, and can do anything they want, but yet they choose to be poor. That is just some bullshit. There's no choice in it. This is 400 and plus 50 years plus of degradation, of ostracization, of separation, separate but not equal. That's all it's been. Imprisoning black people. That's all it's been for 450 years, bro, or more. So come on now. That's some BS. And we have to stop thinking and believing in these tropes, especially international people. And this guy who keeps talking nomadic, of course, I'm thinking nomadic is what it really means. You just travel the world, and mariner, you're on your boat. So if you're a nomadic mariner, you're probably a white guy, or probably, of some persuasion that's lighter than whatever, or really dark and believe in who you are. But you're definitely accepted by the white people around you to even say these things about Kamala Harris. I've never once said, oh, she's mixed, because I see her as black. My sister is whiter than most white women. Ask her what color she is. She's black. Yeah, black. Because that's how we grew up. That's our culture. My mom was black. Yeah, my father's side of the family was white. but we were considered black. You know, tell that to the office or the Department of Welfare. We couldn't get on welfare. We made so much money with my mother and father divorced, and all fair-skinned people. We made so much money in his $120 a month child support. Oh, no, not child support. Yeah, child support. She didn't get alimony. She got $120 child support a month for 6 kids. And so AFDC was called, Affordable Something Family, whatever. But it was the welfare arm. They said you can't be on welfare because you make $120 a month from you know, from your alimony, not alimony, but there's a shit called child support. Yeah, bro. Tell me about white and black. We can go to no white bank and say, look at my fair white skin. I'm mixed. Help me out. They didn't give a shit about us, bro. That only works in your mind. It works in the people you know. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know, and if you don't have the resources, the experience and the education to manipulate and maneuver those banking systems, you're not going to get it done. That's even true till today. So, you know, I can go on and talk about this, but it's so long as we're trying to pick which side a person is on, is he black? Is she white? Is she mixed? So long as we continue that rhetoric and that feeble conversation, racism and prejudice and discrimination will exist. And what people don't know is that discrimination is good. Racial discrimination is not good, but discrimination is good. Because that's how we become refined. That's how we become educated, by discriminating between things. Well, I like tennis and you like golf. I discriminated. I said, okay, that's what I like. And I'm going to stay over here. I prefer this over that. Discrimination is a part of us. But what all I have to do is go into an audience at a movie theater and look to my right, and there's a white guy sitting there, and look to my left, and there's a black guy sitting there. I'm going to go sit next to the white guy because I don't like black people. Because why don't I like black people? Why don't I? I don't know anything about the guy sitting there. I don't know anything about his history. I don't know if he just saved 2 girls from being killed by a migrant. I don't know anything about him. All I know is he's black, and I don't like him. Yeah. That's how white America thinks. It's easy to be a racist. It's easy to be prejudiced, and it's easy to be xenophobic, because all you have to do is glance at a person and judge them.
Yeah. You know, as a parenthesis, because I'm going to grab some breakfast. I'm starving.
Yeah, me too.
But do you know that the boy from what is in Richard? I haven't seen him. America Talk Live. And his channel disappeared. He's okay.
I don't know, bro. I haven't seen him at all. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen the guy.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know anything about him. Really, I've never been to his channel. He put it in the thing once, but I've never
just check. Yeah, it's okay. But I'm gonna get some breakfast. I'm starving. That was a very good live. So let's. Let's see if we can do another one sometime tomorrow.
All right, bro. I'm available to you, man. I'm sorry it took so long, but I was talking to my girl, working on some projects here. You know me, I got patients 24 hours a day. Yeah. So I got to see these patients, and other than that, I'm good. But yeah. I will talk to you soon, bro. I really enjoyed talking with you, man. It'll be good to see you here shortly. I'm gonna hook up real soon. All right.
Okay, buddy. Take care.
All right, bro. Talk to you later. Peace.